Chapter 2096. Lu Yin stared at Chu Yuan in disbelief. How was this possible? Chu Yuan's attack was clearly still some distance away from him, enough for him to use knowledge denial, but how had he been hit in an instant? The attack had not broken through space, nor had it been so fast that it could not be seen. It was as if the attack had struck him in the first place. It was natural and it should have been. How could this be? Chu Yuan gripped the hilt of his sword and used his innate gift to try and cut through Lu Yin's body. However, he had still underestimated Lu Yin. Although his attack had struck Lu Yin, it did not mean that the battle had ended. Lu Yin's physical defense was too strong. Most people would only face one origin tribulation when they broke through to the next realm, but Lu Yin had faced 4. This meant that his physical body had been strengthened 4 times with each breakthrough, and that was in addition to the improvements he had received from breaking through 3 stages. Chu Yuan's attack had only been able to penetrate an inch into Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin was shocked that Chu Yuan had been able to hit him, but Chu Yuan was also shocked by Lu Yin's physical strength. Even if this attack had hit He Luo Mavis or Lu Tianyi, it would not have been able to penetrate more than an inch. Even Chu Yuan could not help but sigh. This person was a monster. Not only did he have more astral source than them but his physical strength as well. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed the back of the sword, a strange look in his eyes. The power of time. Chu Yuan's eyes trembled. Yes, the power of time. Everyone felt their blood run cold when they heard Chu Yuan's reply. They all knew that the most terrifying power in the universe was time. Even progenitors could not endure the passage of time. When time reached a certain point, it could corrode any powerhouse, even a primogenitor. Throughout human history, almost no one had grasped the power of time. Destiny was known to be able to see the past and future, but no one knew if she had grasped the power of time. Lu Yin knew that Wendy Yushan had grasped a portion of the power of time, and she had been able to break through Zi's life origin energy despite the great disparity. Progenitor Qin had grasped reversal step and cultivated it to the point where he could reverse time and space. He could break through all battle techniques, which was why Lu Yin had sought reversal step. The progenitor's sword had brought them through time and space, allowing them to see major events in the past and even the golden age of the above heaven sect. Any power that was related to time could not be understood with common sense. Chu Yuan had grasped the power of time and it seemed that he was not weak. Silver's smile disappeared and he stared at Chu Yuan with an indescribable greed. At the same time, in the direction of the Blood Heaven sect, Lan Xian was also staring at Chu Yuan. She was determined to get his blood. Time was an illusory and indistinct energy that even Ancestor Realm experts were unlikely to be able to grasp. Now it was finally about to reveal its miraculous might before everyone. Behind Lu Yin, the immovable Heavenly King Elephant roared as it exerted strength in its right hand. With a crack, the blade shattered. Chu Yuan struck out with his palm. The moment his palm appeared and he was struck, everything happened at the same time. Lu Yin did not have the time to block or evade. Chu Yuan had effectively erased this period of time, forcing Lu Yin to take the full brunt of the attack. Chu Yuan pushed Lu Yin back with a palm strike and at the same time he slashed out with his broken blade again. This time Lu Yin did not hesitate. The moment he was struck by the palm, he activated the Cognizant Universe Evolution True Scripture. Chu Yuan slashed at Lu Yin's neck with his broken blade. Under the nervous gazes of countless people, the broken blade didn't move an inch forward. It was blocked by the knowing denial realm. Chu Yuan praised, "The symbol ancestor is worthy of being called an outstanding talent. Even in our era, the power of creation can be considered miraculous. However, how long can you maintain this state? Do you think you can beat me in this state? Give me some time to think of a way to break through your power of time." He was glad that Chu Yuan had not learned how to reverse time. Otherwise, he would have been able to easily break through the knowing denial realm. Chu Yuan smiled. Break? Even the progenitor values this power. You think you can break through it? Brother Lu, you think too highly of yourself. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. There was no power that was unbreakable. The progenitor had that sword and the ability to travel through time, so he should have grasped the power of time as well. Even so, the humans had still been defeated by the Eternals and 5 continents had been destroyed. This proved that the power of time was not invincible. The symbol ancestor had grasped too many powers, and there would always be a way to make up for the gap in time that had been erased. If there was no other way, then he could only rely on the extreme reversal technique to resist. Chu Yuan was unable to unleash an attack that exceeded his own limits, so the extreme reversal technique was invincible. Chu Yuan's display of power made He Luo Mavis and the others lose interest in continuing the fight. If they could not break through the power of time, then who could win? Brother Lu, you won't be able to defeat me, and it'll be difficult for me to defeat you as well. Nobody knows what the limits of your, when things reach an extreme, are, and no one can defeat you unless you reach your limit. He then turned to look at the river Mavis. The most terrifying thing about the Mavis family is that they won't die as long as there are plants around them, and they can even create clones. I can kill you once, but it'll be difficult for me to kill you a second time or a third time. You'll be able to survive as many times as there are plants around you, and it'll be difficult for me to defeat you. He then looked at Jialan in the sky. The name of the 8-star Jialan was used to intimidate the above heaven era. The Jialan family controlled the 6th mainland, and they had a single inheritance of Jialan's power. They even had an 8-star innate gift. The chances of beating you are not high. Everyone has an unbreakable power, so why hide it? Outside the plaza, everyone was left speechless by Chu Yuan's words. There was such a thing. Time was not the only unbreakable power. Just how much power had these people been hiding? This was the strength of a Dao disciple. Lu Bujing frowned as Lu Yin's performance had exceeded his expectations. However, these Dao disciples were not simple, and what Chu Yuan had said was true as well. These Dao disciples all came from the families that controlled the continent, and their status was similar to the Lu families. The Lu family had the general appointing platform and the divine seal catalog, and these families also had inheritances that allowed them to suppress an entire continent. This was a power that even the power of time might not be able to suppress. Lu Yin raised his brows and looked at Jialan and He Luo Mavis. He felt that things were going to be troublesome. If he could use the power in his body, he could try using the Reaper transformation, but he could not. It would be difficult for him to win with his current strength unless he used Progenitor Chen's power. But then what would be the point? Even the surrounding half-ancestors would not be able to hold on. He still had to think of a way to use the power in his body, and he had to do what he had done before. Captain, these guys are as strong as monsters. What should we do? Silver moved away from He Luo Mavis and looked at Lu Yin with his signature foxy smile. Lu Yin looked at him. Don't you have any tricks up your sleeve? Silver smiled brilliantly. What do I have that you don't know, Captain? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It's not impossible to win. Silver's eyes widened. As expected of Captain, you still want to win in this situation. You have to help me, Lu Yin said. Silver was curious. What do you want me to do? Lu Yin slowly replied, use your death energy to cover me and prevent them from seeing me. Silver understood. Captain, you want to use the Reaper's power. Are you afraid that they'll destroy it? Lu Yin nodded. Silver smiled. As long as it's Captain's orders, I'll do it. Big Sis stopped attacking Jialan and walked over to Lu Yin. Little Seven, this is going to be difficult. What do you want to do? Lu Yin was confused. You want to be a Dao disciple? Big Sis rolled her eyes. No. Then what are you doing here? To join in the fun. That woman insisted that I participate. Are you confident? She said that I'll definitely lose. Lu Yin glanced at Destiny's daughter. Since that's the case, you can withdraw. Big Sis raised her brows. You're looking down on me? Forget about everything else, I'll smash that Xiaobai face of yours. Jialan heard this, but he wasn't in the mood to pay attention to Big Sis. He was planning to team up with He Luo Mavis to deal with Chu Yuan. Although they all had their own hidden powers, when it came to time, everyone's hearts trembled. Only the heavens knew what level of control Chu Yuan had over time. Jialan had been full of confidence before the competition, but the fact that Chu Yuan had grasped the power of time made him uneasy. He finally understood why the progenitor had only met Chu Yuan. This guy's power was too terrifying. He Luo Mavis glanced at Jialan with tacit understanding. As a Dao disciple, he naturally had his own pride. If he teamed up with someone else and won, it wouldn't be considered a victory, but he would at least be able to force Chu Yuan to use his full strength. Chu Yuan sighed. He knew that once he revealed the power of time, no matter what the others were hiding, he would become everyone's target. However, he had no other choice. If he didn't use the power of time, he wouldn't even be able to harm Lu Yin. The title of Dao disciple comes from the era of above heaven. No matter what, it can't be taken away by someone from this era. How about we get rid of them first? especially that Lu Yin. You should know that things go in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. It's unlikely that I'll be able to deal damage beyond his limit. If he manages to last until the end, no one will be able to win. The only thing Chu Yuan could do was eliminate Lu Yin's group first. As for Hulua Mavis and Sky Jialon, he was confident that he could take on both of them alone. Hulua Mavis hesitated. Lu Yin was still a member of the Lu family, and the Mavis family had pledged allegiance to him. If she attacked him first, it would be difficult for her family to gain a foothold in the heavenly Lu Gate. Sky Jialon didn't hesitate at all. Let's do it. She leapt up and sent a palm strike at Big Sis. I'll deal with you trash first. As she spoke, her palm energy shattered the void and arrived in front of Big Sis. Big Sis was furious. Xiaobai, you still dare to provoke me? I'll beat you up. She raised her hammers and swung them out. Watch out! Lu Yin shouted. He struck out with his own palm and collided with Sky Jialon's attack. There was a loud boom as the void exploded and the boundless strength forced Big Sis back. Big Sis was stunned. How did Xiaobai's strength change? Sky Jialon's body glowed with a faint blue light. Let this era see Jialon's strength once more. He then raised his hand, causing the blood on the ground to condense into a blood spear that stabbed towards Lu Yin and Big Sis. He wanted to attack both of them at the same time. Lu Yin stared at the spear, his pupils turning into runes as he weakened. Thank you, brother. Can't sleep, can't sleep, can't sleep, can't sleep, can't sleep, can't sleep. Chapter 2097. Suddenly, an alarm went off in his mind as a long blade appeared in front of him. Chu Yuan had attacked him once again and it was no longer realistic for him to dodge or defend himself. Chu Yuan had erased that period of time and slashed at Lu Yin's chest, forcing him back. Although the wound was not deep, Lu Yin was still unable to withstand Skygem's spear. Jialon of the Sky thrust out his spear. The blue energy was extremely oppressive. If the death chi could be said to be cold and murderous, then this blue energy could be said to be a mountain-like pressure. This was a terrifying energy that was completely different from the stellar source. Big Sis raised her hammers and swung them upwards. Bang! There was a loud explosion as the hammers exploded. Skygem's eyes went wide. You want to break my Skygem's power with just a mere hammer? What a joke. Big Sis was stabbed in the abdomen and Skygem tossed her away. Lu Yin saw this and his rage soared. Chu Yuan appeared in front of him once again, and Lu Yin's body turned into a mummy. He ignored Chu Yuan and raised his hand, causing 99,000 stars to materialize and form serious swordsmanship. He then slashed at Skygem. Skygem's blood spear swept out, and the sixth mainland's invincible sapphire power was fully displayed. In the 9 luminaries, Lan Xian watched on excitedly. The sixth mainland's inheritance had only been partially severed during the decisive battle with the fifth mainland, but it had not been completely severed. They had all heard of how terrifying sapphire power was. The Lu family's general appointment platform could be awakened by direct descendants, and it was even possible for more than one person to awaken it. However, sapphire power was a single-line inheritance, and only one person in each generation could obtain it. It was an extremely rare power. If they had still possessed sapphire power during the decisive battle with the fifth mainland, they would not have been so ruthlessly suppressed by Progenitor Qin. Not even Progenitor Nan could save them. With a bang, serious swordsmanship collided with the blood spear. It was like a battle between Progenitor Qin and Sapphire from long ago. Stars exploded and blue light swept out in all directions. Even Skygem's clothes were torn apart, revealing the exquisite stripes on his back. This was the inheritance of sapphire power, and when the blue color completely disappeared, it meant that sapphire power had disappeared. Serious swordsmanship clashed with the crimson spear, creating countless black and blue shockwaves. In the sky, Jialon was suppressed. It was not that Jialon's power was inferior to serious swordsmanship, but that there was still a gap between the two. The serious art had been created by Progenitor Qin, and even Progenitor Qin had not been able to reach the peak of the 5th level of the art of origin tribulation. Progenitor Qin had been groping his way through each level. Lu Yin had inherited Progenitor Qin's strength, and he had relied on his die's 4 pips on time's top space to forcefully reach a level that even Progenitor Qin had not been able to reach at his current level. Naturally, he had surpassed Jialon Tiankong. Perhaps only the primeval Dao technique that he had comprehended at the beginning of the primeval Dao technique would be able to see through the current serious swordsmanship. Of course, that was not necessarily the case. After the 5th level of the art of serious was completed, it was equivalent to a metamorphosis. Up in the sky, Jialan retreated step by step, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lu Yin. Impossible. Jialan's power cannot be defeated. His eyes widened and he sent a palm through the bloody spear towards Lu Yin. Fairy past reincarnation. Lu Yin had easily withstood the attack and the surface of his body had recovered slightly. When things reached an extreme, they would eventually develop in the opposite direction, making him practically invincible. Chu Yuan was blocked by silver, and the deathly aura completely covered both Lu Yin and Jialan Tiankong, making it impossible for Chu Yuan to find his target. Chu Yuan slashed at silver, raising and withdrawing his blade at almost the same time. A large bloody wound appeared on Silver's body. He was not Lu Yin and he did not have such a terrifying defense. His entire body was covered in blood, and he half knelt on the ground as he stared at the ground. His vision had become somewhat blurry. This was the terror of time. Once a period of time was wiped away, how could one resist it? The battle in the plaza caused everyone who witnessed it to fall silent. Even the scars, these half-ancestors were all staring intently at the power and innate gifts displayed by these juniors. In the future they would represent an entire era. Zhu Yi frowned as he looked at Silver. Against the mighty power of time, Silver was still somewhat lacking. However, the power of the death god would not be so easily defeated. On the other side, Starsabil looked at Lu Yin and Jialan Tiankong, who had been covered by the deathly aura. She wondered what was going on inside. She then looked at Big Sis as this change had already come to an end. If they wanted to have the power to break out of this situation, then they would have to wait for the next change. Jialan Tiankong's body had been blasted out of the deathly aura by a tremendous force, and it took her a great deal of effort to stabilize herself. She looked at the deathly aura with apprehension. How had this person cultivated? Jialan Tiankong's power had been suppressed, and she had not felt this way even when she had fought against Lu Tianyi. At this moment the deathly aura had covered a large area in the plaza, and Lu Yin was the only one in that area. Outside the deathly aura, Chu Yuan and Jialan Tiankong were closely watching. Big Sis was lying on the ground, bleeding from her abdomen. Silver half knelt on the ground, enduring the pain. Only Heluo Mavis did not make a move. Jialan Tiankong looked at Chu Yuan. It will be very difficult to break through this. Even if you and I work together, we might not be able to break through. If this person had been born in our era, then he might not have been Lu Tianyi. Chu Yuan felt a headache coming on. He had the unbreakable power of time, a powerful multiplication attack, and the primeval Dao technique that could see through everything. He was practically perfect, but he was left speechless when facing someone with an unparalleled defense. Jialan Tiankong's power was even more destructive than his own, but it could not do anything to this person. I already said that we have to deal with him first. Otherwise he'll carry the primogenitor statue and walk to the mountain gate. Neither of us can stop him. He doesn't need to defeat us to become a Dao disciple, Chu Yuan said. Jialan Tiankong had also thought of this and could not help but look at Heluo Mavis. What are you hesitating for? Once you become a Dao disciple and have the help of the fated daughter, will you still need to care about the Lu Tian men? They needed the Mavis family's strength. Combining Chu Yuan's multiplication attack, Jialan Tiankong's power, and the Mavis family's strength was enough to break through Jialan Tiankong's power. Heluo Mavis took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. Right now the only person who could truly threaten her was Lu Yin. No matter how powerful Jialan Tiankong's power was, or how mysterious Chu Yuan's power of time was, she was confident that she could survive with her plant characteristics. Only Lu Yin was not so confident. Since that was the case, she could not be blamed. Everyone had the confidence to defeat others, except for Lu Yin's. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Thus they had to first break through this when things reach an extreme. Silver's lips curled up. While they were speaking, the captain should have completed the Grim Reaper transformation. How interesting. He suddenly looked at Zhu Yi in the stands. He had thought that he was the Grim Reaper's disciple and that he was the orthodox disciple of the Grim Reaper. But even if he was a half-step ancestor, he still could not produce death energy. Only the captain could. Silver wondered what Zhu Yi's expression would be when he saw the Grim Reaper transformation. Nobody noticed that Big Sis, who had been lying on the ground, had changed. She became smaller and smaller but also younger and younger. Finally she became a little girl. The first to notice was Blackie, and he cried out, Big Sis? Soon after, the others also noticed. In the stands, Starsabil watched Big Sis' transformation with a strange expression. He had changed. Who is it this time? The surrounding people's cries of surprise attracted Chu Yuan's and the others' attention. They looked at Big Sis lying on the ground and saw that she was now a little girl. Zhao Tiankong was stunned. What the hell? Chu Yuan was also at a loss. Why were there so many strange people in this era? The smile on Silver's face had also disappeared, and he looked at Big Sis in confusion. What was going on? Big Sis opened her eyes and suddenly stood up. She looked at her hands, then at her small arms and legs. She frowned. I can't believe I ended up like this. How troublesome. How am I supposed to fight like this? She then looked at the ground beneath her feet and saw that it had been dyed red. This was the result of Jialan Tiankong's spear piercing through her. Big Sis looked up at Jialan Tiankong, who was on the other side of the deathly aura. Xiaobai face, I'll slap you to death. She then stepped forward and slapped at Jialan Tiankong. Jialan Tiankong reflexively raised her hands to defend herself. There was a thump and her body was pressed into the ground. Big Sis's slap was unparalleled and it shocked everyone. I'll slap. Big Sis's hands continuously slapped downwards. It was not a palm strike but rather a simple slap. Jialan Tiankong could only defend herself and she was rather sullen from being slapped. In the stands, Lu Bujing felt strange. She looks familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Across from him, Hen Exen raised her head. Elder Tong. What Elder Tong? Xiaji was puzzled. Hen Exen said in a low voice. This battle style is exactly the same as that of a person from our era called Elder Tong. Xiaji shook his head. She's from this era. Hen Exen frowned. This was strange. Elder Tong's battle style was unique and she liked to slap people on the head. She had even slapped a half-martial ancestor's head when she was an emissary. It was unlikely that this style would be repeated. Seeing that Jialan Tiankong was being suppressed by Big Sis, Chu Yuan attacked. He slashed out with his blade and Big Sis turned around to slap him. Her palm was torn apart by the blade and blood flowed out. She was sent flying and crashed into the ground. Beneath the ground, Jialan Tiankong angrily charged out. The blood on the ground condensed into a spear once more and she glared at Big Sis. You're courting death. She then stabbed her spear downwards. Two figures, one black and one white, suddenly rushed over and dragged Big Sis away. It was Xiaobai. Jialan Tiankong snorted, and the blood spear swept across the sky. She pushed out with one hand and used Fairy of the Past. A blue light wrapped around the red spear shadow and tore through the void as it smashed towards Xiaobai. If they were hit, the two would definitely die. Big Sis hurriedly pushed the two away and took the hit herself. Her body was ruthlessly pressed into the ground and she spat out a mouthful of blood. In the stands, Starsabil shook her head. This change was not weak but it still could not change the outcome of the battle. Jialan Tiankong raised her spear once more, ready to end Big Sis. At the same time, within the death aura, Lu Yin watched his die spin and stop at 4 pips. He heaved a sigh of relief as he had rolled 3 pips. This was also his last chance to roll the die as he had wanted 4 pips. Time stop space. The scene in front of him changed and Lu Yin appeared in the time stop space. He sat down cross-legged and immersed his mind into his heart, focusing on the chaotic energy within it. When his art of Sirius had broken through to the 5th level of perfection, he had used the wisdom root T to experience the power of the stars that progenitor Chen had left behind. He had also gained an understanding of the chaotic energy within his body, which was related to the stars of the Sirius. The reason why this energy could not be mobilized was because it was chaotic and locked down. The only way to mobilize it was to circulate it. It was like the circulation of blood in the human body, but it was also like the rotation of the stars in the universe. It was the same for the energy within one's body. Chapter 2098. Lu Yin had been able to grasp a thread of the wisdom root T, but he had not thought too much about it because he had been participating in the Dao Disciple competition. Now, however, he had no choice but to comprehend it. He planned to transform the chaotic energy in his heart into something similar to the flow of the universe. His sword had broken through the black and white fog, and he had used his sword as a guide. He did not know how long this process would take. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months passed and Lu Yin finally mobilized a bit of the energy in his heart. He used the astral source in his astral origin cyclone to forcefully break through, attempting to create a form of power that truly belonged to him. No matter what kind of power it was, there was a foundation, and that was the beginning of cultivation. Death energy, fate, and even the rune lines and the stars of Sirius all had a prerequisite. The creator had to have cultivated an astral source. Astral sources were the foundation of all power. If one did not cultivate an astral source, then who could create a power system from nothing? Legendary figures like the Grim Reaper were the same. What Lu Yin was doing now was to transform all the powers that he had cultivated into a new form, creating a power system that belonged solely to him. From the moment he had thought of creating a new form of power, he knew that there were countless possibilities. After seeing the stars of Sirius that progenitor Qin had left behind, he knew that the most suitable form for himself had appeared. What could be more suitable than the form of a universe? Outside the death energy, Sky Gem stabbed his spear towards Big Sis. In the stands, Starsibyl cried out, "Society Master." Bai Yun did not move. A barrier appeared in front of Big Sis. It was when Xianxia. They could not watch as Big Sis was killed, or else Lu Yin would go crazy. Only when facing Skygem's power did they realize how tyrannical it was. It was not unreasonable for the Skygem family to suppress the 6th mainland. The Skygem family was as powerful in the 6th as the Lu family was in the 5th mainland. Skygem's spear shattered when Sanxi's barrier and stabbed into the ground while Big Sis was dragged out by Lu Lai. Skygem did not give up. Big Sis had smashed him with her hammers and then slapped him. As a Dao disciple of the 6th mainland, he had never suffered such humiliation before. He would not let Big Sis off. "Skygem, she's already lost." Lu Lai shouted as he visualized the immovable Heavenly King elephant and swept his leg out. On the other side, Lu Jiao raised her hand and stabbed the Xidagarba's needle towards Skygem's spear. In the sky, Jiaolan's eyes were cold. She swept her blood spear horizontally, shattering Lu Lai's power and Lu Jiao's Xidagarba needles. The spear turned and pierced towards Big Sister once again. Hui Santong, Ascension Mavis, Supreme Ishan Yo Yir, and the other members of the Lu Heavenly Gate and Glory Heavenly Gate attacked together. Sky Jiaolan didn't care at all. "A bunch of trash. All of you can die." With that, he placed his spear horizontally and struck it with his palm. Cross reincarnation. The spear shadow descended, causing everyone to cough up blood. This was the battle prowess of a Daoist. It was not on the same level as the others. Disregarding how domineering Jiaolan's power was, even in terms of cultivation, Sky Jiaolan, a 3rd origin tribulation cultivator, was not someone these people could contend against. The surging death aura suddenly surged upwards, transforming into a giant scythe that slashed towards Indigo in the sky. Silver made his move with a sly smile on his face. "Captain cares about her, so we can't let her die." Sky Jiaolan stared at Silver. The death aura's power was just like Jiaolan's, domineering and unbreakable. He pressed his spear towards Silver. "You're courting death." Silver opened his eyes, revealing a bone-chilling intent. This gaze caused Sky Jiaolan to suddenly stop, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He no longer saw Silver, but the Grim Reaper who dominated the universe and was revered by the human race. Silver held a butterfly in his hand. His blade danced as he leapt towards Sky Jiaolan. In the stands, Hen Exen shook his head. The difference between a Daoist and a non-Daoist was too great. It wasn't just in terms of battle prowess or cultivation, but also the nature of their power. The reason they looked down on this era was because it didn't have the same mindset as the era of the above heavenly gates. It wasn't just that there were no experts in this era. No one could say which was more important, thinking or battle prowess. However, the era of the above heavenly gates had both. As they watched Sky Jiaolan single-handedly suppress all the geniuses of this era, Hen Exen and Lu Bujing weren't surprised. No one was surprised, including Elder Chan. Over the past 20 years they had all accepted the gap between them. This era's only hope was Lu Yin. As for Silver and Big Sis, no one saw any hope of them winning. After all, Lu Yin had been defeated by Chu Yuan and the other two, which was unimaginable. This meant that Lu Yin had a strength that none of them could defeat, and this was something that they had already acknowledged. On the other side, Chu Yuan made his move. He slashed at the area covered in death aura, and then his innate gift of multiply erupted as he slashed again and again. He didn't know what Lu Yin's situation was, so he felt uneasy. This person had been pressuring him the moment he had traveled through space. That terrifying amount of astral source and the unimaginable limits of his body made things difficult for him. Heluo, why aren't you attacking? Chu Yuan barked. Heluo Mavis frowned. Beneath his feet, the grass grew luxuriant and extended towards the death aura. He didn't attack Lu Yin, but rather wanted to disperse the death aura and see what was happening inside. The grass frantically swept up and dispersed the death aura. Everyone looked over, curious as to how Lu Yin was doing inside. Although it hadn't been that long since Sky Jadeite had been beaten out of Lu Yin's body, Big Sis had been in danger several times, and Lu Yin hadn't even appeared once. Could he have died? When the death aura was dispersed, everyone blinked. Where was he? Heluo Mavis and Chu Yuan all stepped forward. Where was he? They suddenly turned around and saw Sky Blue, who was supposed to be fighting Silver, standing motionless in the air. Behind him stood Lu Yin. The plaza was silent. Death aura surged in front of Sky Blue, forming a scythe that floated in the air. Behind him, Lu Yin had appeared at some point without him noticing. You were the one who injured Big Sis, so I'll leave the same injury in the same place, Lu Yin said calmly. He was less than a meter away from Sky Blue and he quietly looked at his back. Sky Blue's eyes narrowed. Behind him, he spun his spear and swept it towards Lu Yin. The blue halo grew denser as more of Sky Blue's tyrannical power was poured into the spear. He had a bad feeling that Lu Yin was different from before. Lu Yin raised a hand and grabbed the spear, but the blue halo suddenly dimmed. Sky Blue's expression changed. Impossible. How could Sky Blue's power be suppressed? Lu Yin's palm trembled as overlaying stacks spread along the spear. Sky Blue's arm trembled and the spear suddenly shattered into pieces. Blood splattered onto the ground as Lu Yin struck out with both hands. Rebirth Fairy. Lu Yin struck out with his right hand, colliding with Sky Blue's palm. There was a thump as the void exploded and Sky Blue was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the ground, his legs sinking into the earth. Lu Yin descended and spread his fingers to form a spear. It wasn't formed from his astral source or death aura, but rather the new power that had appeared in his heart. Lu Yin had sensed how powerful this new power was the moment it had taken shape. He hadn't used the hollow palm to force Sky Blue back, but rather this new power. It hadn't required much strength, but it had suppressed Sky Blue's power and forced him back. With the spear in hand, Lu Yin stabbed out. He was a man of his word. Sky Blue had used his spear to attack Big Sis, so he would return the favor. Suddenly, a white light flashed from the right. Chu Yuan had made his move, slashing down with his saber. Erased time could never be replaced, and even if Lu Yin had formed a new power, he couldn't restore it. Chu Yuan's attack landed on Lu Yin's body once more, leaving behind a bloody gash. I thought you were going to use the reverse effect. Chu Yuan was astonished. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That's still a beating. I don't need it for now. Black and white light flickered on the surface of his body, transforming into specks of light that circled around his body. Silver's eyes went wide. He had thought that Lu Yin had completed the death transformation within the area of death aura. Who would have thought that he hadn't? But why was this death transformation different from before? Just as he thought of this, a shockwave surged around Lu Yin, and Chu Yuan subconsciously retreated. Under everyone's gazes, Lu Yin completed the death transformation in an instant, no longer needing to break through like before. His upper body was half naked and black gas swirled around his body like a spinning nebula. It transformed into chains that spiraled around his body, and there were dark red runes imprinted on his body. White gas coiled around his left arm to form a shield, and his right hand held a giant golian. Black gas rose up behind him like clouds. A giant black cloak fell to the ground, and Lu Yin slowly raised his head to see the giant golian floating in the air. It then transformed into chains that spun around his body, and through the chains he looked at Chu Yuan, Heluo Mavis and the shocked Zhu Yi on the stage. At this moment no one was shocked. He knew that Lu Yin cultivated the power of the Death God, but he had always assumed that Lu Yin cultivated the same power as the Spectre clan, which was that he was a user of Death Aura. However, when he saw Lu Yin, the first thing that appeared in his mind was the Death God. This kid wasn't a user of Death Aura but rather its creator. This was the form of the Death God. Impossible, how can you cultivate the death god? Zhu Yi cried out in shock as he had just witnessed something inconceivable. It wasn't just Zhu Yi, Hen Xin, Lu Bujing and the others from the above sky sect who were shocked as well. Just like Zhu Yi, they had assumed that Lu Yin could only use death aura. What kind of state was this? This was clearly the death god state. How could Lu Yin cultivate the death god state? Lu Bujing paled. This was the death god. A direct descendant of the Lu family had actually cultivated the death god state? What the hell? In the plaza, Silver's smile became even more brilliant. He understood and knew what Zhu Yi was thinking about Lu Yin. He could have told Zhu Yi, but he didn't, as he wanted to watch Zhu Yi lose his soul. This moment was just too interesting. Lu Yin looked at Zhu Yi. I've already said that I cultivate the power of the death god. What can you cultivate? I'm different from you. Zhu Yi clenched his fists. This was impossible. He was the disciple of the death god and he was the one who could cultivate the death god state. However, he had to become a progenitor first. How could this kid cultivate the death god state at the emissary level? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 2099. How did you do that? Zhu Yi gritted his teeth. Lu Yin sneered and ignored him, instead looking at Chu Yuan. Now try attacking me. Chu Yuan was just as shocked as Zhu Yi. He understood how powerful the 3 realms and 6 Daoists were, especially the Grim Reaper who could suppress astral beasts all by himself. He was synonymous with invincibility and fate was mysterious. Wu Tian focused more on inheritance, but the Grim Reaper specialized in killing. Chu Yuan knew that Lu Yin had the Grim Reaper's power, but he had assumed that Lu Yin had only cultivated death qi. There was no lack of fanatics who worshipped the Grim Reaper, but Lu Yin had actually cultivated the true Grim Reaper. In the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, Lu Yin had used the Grim Reaper transformation and swept through all of his peers. The astral tree dominates the realm, and the Grim Reaper transformation had suppressed the 4 junior ancestors. Now Lu Yin was also at the 3rd or 4th stage of tribulation origin, and with the Grim Reaper transformation he could suppress even Chu Yuan and the other Dao disciples. This was just the Grim Reaper transformation. At this moment, there was a new power in his heart that could bring about even greater changes. Unfortunately, he didn't need that power to deal with Chu Yuan and the others. Chu Yuan and the others felt fear from the bottom of their hearts when they saw Lu Yin's Grim Reaper transformation. They had thought that Lu Yin's greatest trump cards against them were the true scripture of Yin evolution and things move in the opposite. These two could only ensure that Lu Yin was undefeatable, but they couldn't defeat them. Now that the Grim Reaper transformation had appeared, their thoughts had completely changed. Lu Yin had a terrifying killing power. Luo Mavis stepped forward, no longer hesitating. They had to work together. They were all Daoists from the era of above heaven, yet they actually had to work together to deal with a single person. They were not used to this and there had never been such an example before. Previously they had planned to work together to break through Lu Yin's defenses, but now things were different. At that time they had admitted that Lu Yin's defenses were strong, but no matter how strong his defenses were, it did not mean that he could win. Lu Bujing finally reacted and his eyes burned with passion. The Grim Reaper, that was the power of the Grim Reaper. Even in the above heaven era, the Lu family treated the Grim Reaper with extreme caution. The Grim Reaper was a monster. Who would have thought that after so many years, one of the Lu family's descendants would inherit the Grim Reaper's power? The Lu clan's general appointment platform, the God investiture catalog and the power of the death god. He didn't know who else could resist them. Without them, even if Chu Yuan had the power of time, it would be difficult for him to cross such a huge gap. The Grim Reaper was as famous as fate. I've heard that you've all been hiding quite a bit of your strength. Show me what you've got. Lu Yin raised his new spear and suddenly turned around to stare at Skymaster. I'll start with you. He then flung out a chain that wrapped around Skymaster. Skygem's eyes widened and he immediately used his talent transfer. Back then he had used this talent to transfer Wang Xiaoyu's scepter, and it was said to be able to transfer everything. Until now he had not used it. The transfer talent did indeed transfer the chain, but after the chain was the long spear. Lu Yin instantly appeared in front of Sky Blue and stabbed out with his spear. Sky Blue grabbed the spear with both hands, and a blue radiance blossomed as Sky Blue's power continuously poured into the spear. However, the moment it came into contact with the spear, it was inexplicably suppressed. Not only was it suppressed, but the Sky Blue's power was also being drained away. Sky Gem was shocked, and before she could react, her abdomen was pierced by the spear. Her body was lifted up into the air as blood dripped down the body of the spear. The 9 luminaries and the rest of the 6th mainland's cultivators were shocked. Sky Gem was a Dao disciple of the Sky Blue family, but he had actually been lifted up into the air. On the other side, Chu Yuan raised his blade and slashed down, erasing the power of time. This attack had never failed, and even Lu Yin had been unable to do anything when he had been struck several times before. This time it was the same. No matter how invincible Lu Yin's power was, he was still unable to recover the erased power of time. But did Lu Yin need to recover it? No, Chu Yuan's blade slashed at the chain that was a meter away from Lu Yin's body, but it could not get any closer. This attack could not even get close to Lu Yin's body. Chu Yuan stared at the chain in a daze. The Death Chi's power was blocking him, but it was different from when things reached an extreme. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Which was something that the body could withstand. If a few people worked together, there was a chance that they could break through it. However, this time it was an external Death Chi that he could not break through. Behind Chu Yuan, Luo Mavis leapt up and punched the Death Chi chain. They really had to work together this time, as this monster far surpassed their expectations. Luo Mavis punched the chain as well, and a layer of chains protected Lu Yin tightly. Luo Mavis was not surprised, and behind her, a tree grew and bore fruit that fell into her hand. Lu Yin looked at the fruit in her hand. This was the source of the Mavis family's power, and it was similar to the Sky Blue family's power. Even if the astral source universe was devoured, the Mavis family would not be affected. When Luo Mavis ate one of the fruits, her aura skyrocketed and her power suddenly increased. Sengoku permeated the air, scorching the void as she punched Lu Yin again. This punch caused the chain to cave in, something that Chu Yuan's blade could not do. In terms of power, even the Lu family could not compare to the Mavis family. This was especially true for a Mavis family member who had eaten that fruit. On the other side, Sky Blue, who had been lifted up by Lu Yin's spear, was completely enraged. He shifted his spear and almost fell down when he landed. He could not help but squat down, panting heavily as he looked at Lu Yin with a ferocious and manic gaze. The blue runes on his back flickered and almost half of them were extinguished. A blue liquid appeared in front of him, glowing with 8 different colors. It was beautiful and dazzling. Everyone's attention was drawn to the blue liquid that resembled jewels. The 8 colors did not cover up the blue radiance, but instead made the blue even purer. It was so pure that it was mesmerizing. 8 stars, Sky Blue's inherited innate gift. 9 radiance, slowly said with a solemn expression. Lan Xian was confused as she had never heard of 8 stars before. Across from her, Hen Exen straightened up. The Sky Blue clan had been able to rule the 6th mainland because of their tyrannical power, which was comparable to death energy, as well as their inherited innate gift of 8 stars. It was an innate gift that was known by many, but few knew of its true power. The Sky Blue clan had hidden their 8 stars very well, and anyone who had ever seen one had died. This was the first time that 8 stars had appeared in front of everyone. Sky Blue had been forced into a corner. Everyone was mesmerized by the blue liquid. Sky Blue opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Only then did the crowd react, and they all looked at Sky Blue strangely. He had actually swallowed it. Lu Yin looked at Sky Blue, his pupils turning into runes. He saw the rune lines of Sky Blue continuously increase until they reached a height that should not have been possible for someone of his level. Even a Dao disciple's power level had its limits. Sky Blue was currently at 3 origin tribulations, and being able to erupt with power that surpassed 5 origin tribulations was already extremely powerful. When he used Sky Blue's power, he could even erupt with power that approached 6 origin tribulations, which was already inconceivable. However, at this moment his rune lines had actually surpassed 6 origin tribulations and were approaching 7. In this era, those who could challenge realms above their level were considered geniuses, and those who could challenge 2 realms above their level were considered geniuses. For example, the 10 arbiters could defeat enlighters when they were hunters, and they could even challenge enlighters with power levels of over 300,000. The 4 young ancestors of the Cosmic Tree clan were all enlighters, but they could still fight against envoys. In the Starfall Sea, Bukong had also reached this level. However, even they could not reach the destructive power of a 6th origin tribulation cultivator at 3 origin tribulations. Skyblue's power level had already surpassed 1 million, and they were not on the same level. This meant that Skyblue's current rune lines could easily defeat Master Yuan, which meant that he had a terrifying power level of 1 million. Skyblue suddenly looked up and stared at Lu Yin. At this moment he only had eyes for Lu Yin. Skyblue's power took form and a long blue blade was raised high before slashing down. This attack was very similar to the one that Chu Yuan had used on Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned, but in the next instant, the blue blade actually struck the chains with a loud bang. Lu Bujing and the others were all shocked, and their scalps went numb as they watched this scene. Time's power? Everyone was shocked. Skyblue's attack had clearly been powered by Time's power, and just like Chu Yuan, it had erased a portion of time, making it impossible for Lu Yin to dodge. This slash was exactly the same as Chu Yuan's slash, but its power was even stronger than Chu Yuan's slash because this was the power of Jelon. Chu Yuan had been granted an audience by the progenitor because he had the power to control time, but other than that he did not surpass Skybblue or He Luo Mavis abilities. As he had said himself, he was just a normal person who did not come from the Lu family. The Skyblue family was a huge power that ruled the entire continent, and they did not have much power. Even with his innate gift, the power of his attack could not compare to Skyblue's. When Skybblue erased the disparity in Time's power, Chu Yuan would no longer be his opponent. Success and failure were both dependent on time. However, no one was paying attention to Chu Yuan at this moment. Everyone was staring at Skybblue. How did he control Time's power? Lu Yin was shocked as well. Was time that easy to control? Of course not. What had Skybblue used? There was something familiar about it. How long can your death aura last? Skybblue slashed down again, his power transforming into a slash that ruthlessly landed on the chains. The blade deeply imprinted itself into the chains and one more slash would break the chains. Yuhua Mavis and the others stared blankly at this scene. Ever since the Reaper transformation had appeared, they had thought that everything was over. No one in the same generation could contend against the Reaper transformation, especially those like them who had experienced it firsthand. Lu Yin could use the Reaper transformation to challenge all of his peers, including those at the level of the 4 young masters of the Cosmic Tree clan. They had never seen an enemy that even the Reaper transformation could not deal with. Skybblue had done it, and with his 3rd slash he became the first person in the same generation to break the chains. Lu Yin had also been injured while using the Reaper transformation, both from Bai Xiaohong's innate gift of heart and from the strange attacks of the 4 young masters. However, that had only been his body. His chains and the shield around his left arm had never been broken before, and this was the first time that something like this had happened. Skybblue was the first person to break the chains head-on. However, this was the end of it. Thank you. Missing link CY fish. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll add more chapters, thank you. I've had a cold for the past few days and there's a ball in my head that makes me dizzy. I didn't want to add more chapters, but if I don't, I'll be sent a blade. Cough. Peak. Chapter 2100. Lu Yin raised his left arm and Skybblue slashed down again. He didn't change direction at all, as he believed that Lu Yin was unstoppable outside of the chains and could not escape due to the power of time. This slash landed on the white shield on his left arm, and Lu Yin's eyes went wide. No wonder it felt so familiar. Skybblue wasn't using the power of time but rather space. He didn't know how Skybblue had managed to imitate Chu Yuan's time-erasing attack, but he definitely wasn't using time, even if the effects were the same. A battleship fish suddenly appeared behind Skybblue, and he raised his hand and struck out. It wasn't just Chu Yuan's visualization, but also Lu Yin's clear void palm. He was using 2 people's attacks at the same time and the crowd was confused. Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis couldn't understand either. Was this an 8-star innate gift? How did he do it? Lu Yin's body was pushed back by the clear void palm, and Skybblue raised his blade again. The previous slash had been blocked by the white shield on his left arm, but this time he aimed for Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin raised his head and a star chessboard appeared beneath his feet. Skyblue's blade slashed down, an attack that could erase time and was unavoidable. However, before the blade could land, He coughed up blood as his body was torn apart by an indescribable force and flung far away. No one could understand what was happening, not even Lu Bujing and the other half-ancestors. The power involved was something that even they couldn't grasp, and only Xian could. Xian's expression was solemn. The power of space. And Huang didn't understand. What power of space? Before Xian could speak, Lu Yin exclaimed from the plaza, 8 stars? Is this the innate gift of the Sky Blue clan? It's essentially spatial memory, and your innate gift allows you to remember everything that has happened in this space, including battle techniques, innate gifts, and even power vessels. You can use spatial memory to recreate all of this. It's an absolute gift, and those who don't understand space won't be able to break through it. Sky Blue stared at Lu Yin in disbelief, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Half of his body had been shattered, and his hair was disheveled. You can see through it? You can control the power of space. Lu Yin exhaled. He had the secret plan, and it was called Reversal, which was the power of space. The Sky Blue clan was truly powerful. They could use spatial memory to manipulate the power of powerful enemies, including time. Unfortunately, they had met Lu Yin. If not for the plan's secret art's control over space, Lu Yin might not have been able to see through it. He would have had to rely on his death transformation or extreme matter reverses to resist it, just like how he had dealt with Chu Yuan. The Sangharan clan had been able to rule over the 6th mainland, and it was not as if no one had ever seen through their 8-star talents. However, those who had seen through their 8-star talents had not had the chance to say it out loud. Furthermore, with the domineering power of the Sangharan clan, there was no need for them to use an 8-star talent. Sky Salon had originally thought that he would be able to secure the position of Dao disciple. Chu Yuan had relied on the power of time, and he could rely on his 8-star talent to counterattack. Salon's power had essentially surpassed all the powers that Chu Yuan had grasped. Even the primeval Dao technique could only see through battle techniques at most, and it was impossible for it to see through an 8-star talent. As for River Mavis, he had relied on the Mavis clan's almost unkillable trait. At most he would be undefeated, but it was impossible for him to defeat Sky Salon. An 8-star talent allowed him to reverse the spatial memories of Hulua Mavis when she attacked, just like how he had dealt with Chu Yuan's time power. Coupled with Sapphire's power, he was invincible. Who would have thought that Lu Yin would be able to see through him in just a few moves? Lu Yin shook his head as Sky Salon was truly unlucky. Without Lu Yin, there would be no one present who could see through an 8-star talent, and even if they did, it would still be very difficult to deal with. However, Lu Yin just so happened to be able to completely restrain Sky Salon. Plan's secret art of regret chess was a move that could directly restore space. Sky Salon had used spatial memories to attack, and Lu Yin had restored space itself. This had disrupted Sky Salon's rhythm and caused him to suffer a spatial backlash. It had to be said that Sky Salon was truly unlucky. Sky Salon coughed up blood. Even if you can see through an 8-star talent, someone who cannot interfere with space will not be able to defeat me. He then looked at Lu Yin bitterly. I just want to know what kind of space you control. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Guess for yourself. He then swung a chain at Sky Salon and tied him up before tossing him into the distance. At the same time, he raised his right arm and shot out a spear. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the spear pierced through Sky Salon's right shoulder and nailed him to the wall of the plaza. This was the first person to die. Sky Salon had been severely injured due to the spatial backlash, and he had been unable to resist at all. Lu Yin didn't just want to become a Dao disciple. He also wanted to establish his might. Those from the Above Heaven sect era looked down on this era, and while Lu Yin did not deny that this era was far inferior to the Above Heaven sect era, that did not mean that there were no outstanding talents in this era. He was one of those talents who had surpassed the limits of this era. Chu Yuan stared at Lu Yin, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. Lu Yin looked over. Continue. You're next. Chu Yuan shook his head. I can't beat you with my current strength. Hulua Mavis looked at Chu Yuan. You want to surrender? Chu Yuan took a deep breath and looked up to stare at Lu Yin. I am the only Dao disciple from the Above Heaven sect era who has been granted an audience by the progenitor. Aside from the progenitor's scripture, I also obtained a secret technique. Brother Lu, if you can defeat me with this secret technique, I, Chu Yuan, will wholeheartedly accept the position of Dao disciple. He then took a step forward with his right foot, causing the void around him to distort and lose all of its luster, turning gray. Lu Yin's expression changed. Gray was not a good color. Blackless God had been gray when he had first appeared, and Mr. Mu had also been gray when he had appeared in the void. Gray seemed to represent something. More importantly, the secret technique that Chu Yuan was about to use had actually come from the progenitor. The progenitor had granted him an audience because of the power of time, which meant that this secret technique was most likely related to time. What secret technique? Luo Mavis asked. She had been keeping an eye on Chu Yuan ever since she had awakened in this era. This guy knew many things that ordinary people did not, and he was still hiding something. Chu Yuan looked at Luo Mavis. I'm sorry, but you can only deal with him on your own. I'll have to stop for a while. He then slowly raised his blade, aimed it at Lu Yin and swung it down. This was an offensive move. Lu Yin raised his brows. He was still trying. He had already gotten a feel for Chu Yuan's strength. Although this person was powerful and had been strengthened by the primogenitor's scripture, the primeval Dao technique that could see through all battle techniques, the formless Dao technique that could dissolve all battle techniques, the mysterious sword techniques, overbearing blade techniques, the innate gift of multiplication transformation, and the terrifying power that could erase time itself, his greatest weakness was that he lacked destructive power. Many of his techniques were used for defense, and even though he had the innate gift of multiplication transformation and strengthened his blade techniques, it was still barely enough to be a Dao child. When combined with the power of time, he could easily suppress all other Dao children, and even if he was at a disadvantage, he would still be able to escape unscathed. However, he had come from an ordinary background and he did not have the power to rival Jialan. The destructive power of his death qi was innately inferior. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the progenitor had granted him an audience. It had not been easy for Chu Yuan to reach his current level from an ordinary background, and his innate gift was top-notch. However, in a battle of this level he did not have the power to suppress everything. Otherwise he would not have been entangled with Lu Yin and Luo Mavis back in the Dao Source Sect's ruins. The Dao children of the 6 continents each had their own merits. Chu Yuan had many techniques, but unfortunately his destructive power was not enough. Even if Jialan of the Sky had used her spatial memories to erase time, it would still take 3 strikes to sever the chains with Jialan's power, let alone Chu Yuan. But why would Lu Yin attack now? Everyone watched on curiously. Chu Yuan's blade fell and the void froze in place. However, the blade did not slash out and it remained frozen in the void. Then he slashed out a second time, and this time, it almost overlapped with the first blade. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see that the second blade was slightly lower than the first. Then he slashed out a third time, a fourth time, and a fifth time. He slashed out again and again, and the blade images continued to overlap. He's fusing his attacks together and he's using time as a framework so that all of his attacks will explode at the same time. No matter how many slashes he slashes out, the power of all of his attacks will explode at the same time. Fate Daughter spoke up, her pleasant voice echoing throughout the Above the Sky sect. Everyone who heard her could not believe their ears. How could such a thing happen? Lu Yin subconsciously struck out with his palm, wanting to interrupt Chu Yuan's attack. However, the clear sky palm brushed past Chu Yuan and did not hit him. This was not a dodge but a direct pass. Lu Yin did not believe it, and he flung out his chains in a futile attempt to bind Chu Yuan. However, the chains also passed through him and hit nothing. It was useless as Chu Yuan seemed to not belong to this space-time. This was the power of time. Outside the solar system, Wuda looked at Chu Yuan as if he was looking at a monster. Could time be played with like this? That was too abnormal. Boss, do you think that Lu Yin can win? The girl that Wuda had brought with him was terrified. It was not that they were looking down on Lu Yin, but Chu Yuan's attack was too terrifying. Although his destructive power was not at the level of Jialan's power or death qi, it was not too far off. Jialan of the Sky could cut through the death transformation chain in 3 strikes, and Lu Yin could cut through it with 4 or 5 strikes. Most importantly, he did not stop at just 5 strikes. In the blink of an eye, he had already slashed out more than 10 times. How powerful would 10 strikes be when combined? No one dared to imagine it. In the plaza, Jialan of the Sky was pinned to the wall, staring at Chu Yuan in shock. This was his true trump card. It was no wonder that he had been able to defeat Wu Ji, who had been the most popular candidate in the first mainland. He Luo Mavis stared at Chu Yuan. Wu Ji died to this attack. Chu Yuan did not reply, only seriously slashing out again and again. No, this secret technique comes from the primogenitor. You didn't even meet the primogenitor when you were competing with Wu Ji for the position of Dao disciple, He Luo Mavis muttered to herself, scrutinizing Chu Yuan. With your destructive power, you shouldn't have been able to defeat Wu Ji, but you did win back then. If Wu Ji died to this attack, then this secret technique was not given to you by the primogenitor. Chu Yuan paused but then continued to attack. It didn't matter if it was true or not. From the looks of it, no one would be able to survive a single strike from Chu Yuan. He'd already unleashed 27 strikes, and the combination of all 27 strikes was enough to tear apart even Lu Yin's Reaper's transformation chains. Lu Yin had been hiding all this time. He clearly had the ability to destroy the death transformation chain on his own, but he had still teamed up with others. He raised his head and watched the rune lines in front of Chu Yuan's blade continue to rise. It was already terrifying enough, surpassing even Jelon of the sky, and it was still rising. Chapter 2101. Lu Yin did not believe that Chu Yuan could unleash too many attacks. Every battle technique had its limits, but the number of rune lines was enough to break through the Reaper's transformation. This was Chu Yuan, the top continent's Dao disciple of the era of above sky. He actually had the strength to break through the Reaper's transformation. Sky Blue had been the first to break the chains. If not for Lu Yin's coincidental grasp of the secret art of plan and reversal, he might not have been able to defeat Sky Blue so easily in his current state. Chu Yuan's strength was unfathomable. This was a Dao disciple. Lu Yin finally understood why these people had looked down on this era and him back then. If it had been the Lu Yin from 20 years ago, he would have had to roll possession and enter time stop for 1 second to survive this attack. Everything else, whether it was the Reaper's transformation or reversal, would not have been able to withstand this attack. The secret art of plan and reverse step would not have been able to avoid it, or Chu Yuan's attack would have been meaningless. This was a secret technique that could also instantly erase time. This attack surpassed a certain limit, and it was not something that could be forcefully resisted by battle techniques unless one also grasped a power that surpassed that limit. Coincidentally, Lu Yin had grasped it. How many attacks can you unleash? Silver asked from a distance. He had been completely invisible just now, and this was the first time he had taken the initiative to speak up since Lu Yin had appeared. Chu Yuan had not paid him any attention. Silver beamed at Lu Yin. Captain, this attack is very difficult to break. Why don't you save your strength for him and I'll help you deal with the other one? Lu Yin was astonished. He Luo Mavis looked at Silver, her face darkening. Fox face, you're courting death. Silver smiled brilliantly as he twirled the butterfly in his hand. He was very skilled with his blade. Let's try it. Defeating a Dao disciple from the era of above sky will give me a sense of accomplishment. Regardless of whether it was Sky Blue, Chu Yuan or Lu Yin, all of them had displayed near invincible strength. He Luo Mavis was also a Dao child, so she naturally wouldn't be too weak. However, the most overlooked one was Silver, who had actually challenged her to a duel. This was something that Lu Yin had not expected. He Luo Mavis' face sank. She felt that she had been underestimated. Even though Silver was highly regarded by Absolute One and had the strength to fight for the position of Daoist, having the qualifications did not mean that he could become a Daoist. They were all Daoists. Without wasting any time, He Luo Mavis threw a punch at Silver. A swaying divine tree appeared behind her and swallowed the glowing fruit, causing her power to skyrocket. With the addition of her boundless power and the Warring States period, her destructive power surpassed all of Chu Yuan's moves before he used his secret technique. It was similar to Sky Indigo's blade that Chu Yuan had used with Indigo's power, and both of them had the destructive power to cut through the chains of the Shinigami transformation. She wanted to defeat Silver with a single strike. Faced with He Luo Mavis' terrifying punch, the smile on Silver's face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a bone-chilling aura. It was as if a sharp blade had shot out from his eyes, causing one's hair to stand on end. He was like a malicious ghost. Lu Yin had never seen Silver like this before. Even when Silver had controlled the ghouls to participate in the battle for the Star Tower, he had not displayed such a terrifying gaze. A terrifying fist wind blasted towards Silver, covering the entire area. Silver raised his head and a surging wave of death energy swept out like an ocean, replacing the sky and everything visible to the naked eye. Within the wave of death energy was a figure holding a Zhou Xian. The figure slowly raised his hand and Silver did the same, his eyes turning golden. Lu Bujing was shocked. The Shinigami? How can someone from this era visualize the Shinigami? This battle for the position of Dao disciple had shocked everyone. Silver's ability to visualize the Shinigami was just as shocking as Skyblue's display of an 8-star innate gift. It wasn't just them, even Zhu Yi found it hard to believe. He had never thought that someone in this era would be able to visualize the Shinigami from absorbing death energy. He had only been able to do this when he was a half-ancestor. This was also why Silver had stood out and could represent the undying heaven gate in this battle for the position of Dao disciple. Being able to visualize the Shinigami made Silver's death energy completely different. Lu Yin frowned. The Shinigami? Had Silver been hiding this? Once the Shinigami was visualized, the death energy almost solidified. Luo Mavis' fist landed on the wave of death energy, but it dissipated after less than 100 meters. Her strength had been forcibly dissolved by the death energy. At the same time, the giant Shinigami behind Silver raised its Zhou Xian and slashed out horizontally. The death energy transformed into a black ray of light that streaked across the void, cutting through everything that could be seen with the naked eye. Regardless of whether it was space or the divine tree that Luo Mavis had visualized. Only the powerful clans that controlled the continent had the ability to visualize. Silver had been able to visualize the Shinigami from death energy, which was something that even Lu Yin had not been able to do. Lu Yin could not understand how Silver had managed to do it. Luo Mavis spat out a mouthful of blood and stared deeply at Silver. Her foxy smile was gone, and she felt as if she was looking at the Shinigami. During the Above Heaven era, the Shinigami, Destiny, and Wu Tian had all been part of the First Continent. The Shinigami had no successor, and Absolute One had been the one closest to the Shinigami. Aside from them, no one else had been able to represent the Shinigami in this battle for the position of Dao disciple. Destiny had taught the Fate Daughters, but no one knew if there were any others. Destiny was truly unpredictable. There were too many people under Wu Tian's tutelage. Wu Ji, who had competed with Chu Yuan for the position of Dao disciple, was Wu Tianximing. He could be considered Wu Tianximing's disciple, but he had died at Chu Yuan's hands in the end. These Dao disciples had heard of the Shinigami's name for a long time, but they had never battled with the Shinigami's direct descendant. At most they had fought with death energy and knew how terrifying it was. Lu Yin had used the Shinigami transformation, and his image had been the closest to the Shinigami. That had also been the first time they had truly fought against the Shinigami's power. Silver had been the second and he could visualize the Shinigami. Compared to Lu Yin, the Dao disciples could not tell who was the true Shinigami. However, the strength that Silver had displayed was worthy of being a Dao disciple. He had the strength to compete with them. I underestimated you. Luo Mavis looked at Silver and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Behind her, the divine tree appeared once more, but this time, it was larger and larger. It really did look like a divine tree. Even the ancestral turtle's attention was drawn to the glowing fruits on the tree that Luo Mavis had visualized, and he almost drooled. A green light flashed in Luo Mavis's eyes as she stared at Silver. Life force. Silver's eyes widened once more and fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away. The Mavis family's innate gift directly weakened my life force. How ruthless. He then leapt up and charged towards Luo Mavis, butterfly in his hand. His blade drew a beautiful arc as it slashed towards Luo Mavis, accompanied by a wave of death energy that surged like the sea. The arc of the blade combined with the darkness of the death energy. Even a half-ancestor would have a hard time seeing the direction of his attack. Luo Mavis scorched the void, her green eyes searching for traces of Silver. He appeared behind her, butterfly. The blade streaked across the air, bringing with it a trail of blood. Luo Mavis turned around and punched Silver's butterfly. The blade forced him back and at the same time she chased after him with a series of punches. Death energy gathered in front of Silver like a swamp. The golden eyes met the green eyes of Luo Mavis. One coughed up blood as her life force was weakened, while the other felt his hair stand on end. It was as if he had been targeted by a malicious spirit, and his actions slowed down. Silver took advantage of this opportunity to twist his body, butterfly. The blade drew fresh blood from Heluo Mavis's body once more. Two figures, one black and one green, crossed each other in the plaza, leaving behind a trail of scarlet blood. Their attacks were not as grand as those of Chu Yuan and Lu Yin, but they were even more ruthless, as if they were dancing on the edge of a blade. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. These two were similar in strength and neither could suppress the other. However, as time passed, Silver's chances of losing would increase. He did not have as much endurance as Heluo Mavis, especially since Heluo Mavis could use her plant avatar to heal herself. She was almost immortal and Silver could not compare to her. However, it was not easy for Silver to reach this stage. Lu Yin looked at Chu Yuan and was speechless. This guy was still attacking. However, his attacks were not as fast as they had been at the start and each attack took a long time to prepare. This was already the 36th blade, which was equivalent to him attacking 36 times at the same time. To be honest, no one at the same level could take this attack head-on. The battle between Heluo Mavis and Silver was very exciting, but most people were still focused on Chu Yuan. This guy was still attacking and he wanted to kill Lu Yin in one strike. Lu Bujing could not hold it in any longer. No one can survive this attack. Even a half-ancestor would be shocked. Give up, Lu Yin. Hen Exin looked at Chu Yuan. He truly deserved to be called a Dao disciple of the top continent. If his strength increased a bit more and he reached the 5th tribulation level, this attack would be enough to threaten even a half-ancestor. A half-ancestor had an inner world and they were on a completely different level from an emissary. However, this did not mean that this level was impossible to surpass. It was just that the gap was so great that not many people had been able to surpass it. Chu Yuan's secret technique might be able to surpass this gap. Once he reached the 6th or even 7th tribulation level, then even a half-ancestor would not be his match. This was the power of time. How many more strikes do you want to attack? Lu Yin asked Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan looked up at Lu Yin. Until you give up. Lu Yin was surprised. Are you waiting for my reaction? Chu Yuan frowned. Although I don't want to admit it, your current reaction means that you have the confidence to take this attack. I don't know how you want to take it, but you're not afraid. In the stands, Xiada grew serious. Lu Yin can take this attack? That's impossible. And Huang added, under normal circumstances it's indeed impossible. Even in the above heaven when the humans were at their peak, there shouldn't have been an attack that could cause a half-ancestor to be shocked by a 3rd tribulation level cultivator. It's already inconceivable that someone can take this attack. The probability is so low that it's even harder than becoming a half-ancestor. Hen Exin stared at Lu Yin as the onlookers could see the situation clearly. They had all been shocked by Chu Yuan's attack, but they had neglected Lu Yin's reaction. Only Chu Yuan could see that Lu Yin was indeed not afraid, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. Did he really have the confidence to take this attack? Sometimes, when a destructive force reached a certain level, it could not be blocked by battle techniques or secret techniques. Even redirection was impossible as that force was enough to shatter everything. If Lu Yin wanted to take this attack, he would have to display an even greater destructive force. What did he have? Even the death god's strength would not allow him to take this attack while he was at the 3rd tribulation level. Chu Yuan had only been able to use this attack because of the power of time. What did Lu Yin have to take it? Chapter 2102. Back in the plaza, Lu Yin looked at Chu Yuan calmly. You're actually very strong. You could have defeated Jialon, River Mavis and the others with this move. Unfortunately, you met the current me. Chu Yuan's eyes flashed. What have you been through in the past 20 years? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Not much, but it's enough to defeat you. Chu Yuan took a deep breath, slowly raised his blade and faced Lu Yin head-on. This was his final strike and he had 39 strikes. He could only attack 40 times at most, which was equivalent to 40 full power strikes. This destructive force could easily tear apart the Reaper's transformation. His original target had not just been Lu Yin but Jialon and River Mavis as well. However, Lu Yin's reaction had forced him to go all out, and he didn't have time to think about the others. If he couldn't defeat Lu Yin with this strike, there was no hope for anyone else. He hadn't expected to meet such a monster in this era where cultivation was weak. If such a monster had appeared in the above heaven era, the progenitor might not have wanted to meet him, even if he had the power of time. On the other side, River Mavis and Silver's battle was getting more and more intense. River Mavis was covered in blood and Butterfly's blade was bent even more. Silver wasn't in a good state either, having been punched countless times. From River Mavis's point of view, Silver's body should have been destroyed long ago, but he was still fine. This shouldn't be happening. At that moment the two of them stopped at the same time and looked at Chu Yuan. The space around them trembled and everyone could feel an incomparably sharp aura filling the void. Chu Yuan slowly raised his saber. "If you die, don't blame me." Lu Yin sighed. The Reaper transformation wouldn't be able to withstand this attack, but it was only the first stage of his current state. He had thought that he wouldn't need to use his full strength against Chu Yuan and the others, but he had still ended up using it. From this day onwards the era will change. I, Lu Yin, will lead the Above Heaven sect to restore humanity's glory, Lu Yin declared, his voice spreading throughout the solar system and frostwave weave, almost to the entire fifth mainland. No one had expected Lu Yin to suddenly say something like this. Xianxia's eyes flickered. This was his wish. This man was only a star emissary. Facing Chu Yuan's attack, it was hard to say whether he could take it or not. Yet he dared to say such arrogant words. Either he was crazy or he was certain he could win. Lu Bujing was nervous and wanted to advise Lu Yin to give up, but did Lu Yin's words mean that he had absolute confidence in winning? He couldn't understand what Lu Yin was going to do. The Divine Sealing Catalog? Inheritance of the Grim Reaper? He couldn't do any of that. At that moment, everyone looked at Lu Yin and Chu Yuan. The entire human domain fell silent as they stared at Chu Yuan's blade. Chu Yuan's blade finally landed. Although it was just one blade, it exploded with the power of 40 blades. The frozen time was released, and 40 blades slashed down at Lu Yin's head at the same time. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly widened, his eyes as bright as the stars. He took a step forward, and a power that resembled the universe instantly spread out from his heart. It was like the inner world of a half-ancestor, instantly enveloping the entire plaza, including Chu Yuan, Luo Mavis and the others. From a distance, these two comma-shaped objects slowly revolved around the fates and forming a regular circle. In the center of this circle were specks of stars, and outside of this circle was a layer of fog. This was the shape of the power within Lu Yin's heart. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a universe. With the sword as the guide, the black and white fog as the shape, the fates and as the core, and the astral source as the shell, this was how it was formed. Before this, the black and white fog in his heart had been the black and white fog. The fates and had been the fates and the astral source had been the astral source. Now all of these things had integrated into a universe, and as they circulated they formed the same tyrannical power that had suppressed Jialan's power. This was an unprecedented power, one that surpassed even Jialan's power and strangely surpassing the aura of death. However, this was not all that Lu Yin had grasped. Even now he still did not fully understand the essence of this power, but he knew and was certain that this power could withstand Chu Yuan's attack. Even if he could not, he still had progenitor Chen's myriad Sirius stars. When the fifth stage of the art of Sirius had been perfected, Lu Yin was already in an invincible position. The blade slashed down, but after Lu Yin's power manifested, it weakened layer by layer within this universe. It was clearly a short distance, but it was incomparably far. When the blade landed in front of Lu Yin, all that was left was a power that Lu Yin could block with a single finger. When he saw that Lu Yin had blocked his blade with a single finger, Chu Yuan could not hold back any longer. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. He had surpassed his limits in order to unleash this attack, but Lu Yin had only used a single finger to block it. This was impossible. Luo Mavis, Tiankong Jialan and the others were all dumbfounded. There was only one word in their minds: impossible. It was not just them, even Hen Xian and Zhu Yi were shocked. They were even more shocked than when Chu Yuan had used the power of time. Impossible, this was impossible. How could this be? That was a power that even half-ancestors like them could not help but raise their eyebrows. But Lu Yin had blocked it with a single finger. Not only that, but what was this power that covered the entire plaza? This could not be the inner world of a half-ancestor, right? No, he was clearly only at the third origin tribulation, so how could he have this kind of power? Even Lu Bujing, who had hoped that Lu Yin would be able to block Chu Yuan's attack, found it hard to believe. He had thought that Lu Yin might be able to block it, but he had not expected it to be this easy. Furthermore, when he looked at the power that covered the entire plaza, he could tell that this was clearly an inner world, but it was also different. A third origin tribulation cultivator could not use an inner world. What was going on? No one could understand, and they all stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Lu Yin had experienced this feeling before. During the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, he had used the Reaper transformation and dominated his peers with absolute strength. Everyone had looked at him like this, and now it was not just this era. Even the elites of the Above Heaven Sect's era looked at him like this. They were looking at legends and myths. I've said it before. In this era, I'm the leader. Lu Yin lowered his hand and the blade shattered. The power that had covered the entire plaza was instantly withdrawn. Lu Yin looked up and swept his gaze over everyone, especially the half-ancestors in the stands. The Above Heaven Sect's era, the Daoist Sect's era, and our era all belong to humanity. Regardless of whether it was the past, present, or future, I'm the leader of this era, and I'm truly walking on behalf of the heavens. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone had been shocked by what had just happened, and no one had been able to react. Everyone was silent. Lu Yin turned around and looked at He Luo Mavis. I know you're still hiding something. Show it, or else you won't have a chance if I make a move. He Luo Mavis gulped. Monster. Lu Yin looked at Silver. What's going on with you? We should have a chat. Although Silver was smiling, his smile was not as carefree as before. Lu Yin's strength had similarly shocked him, and just as He Luo Mavis had said, Lu Yin was a monster. Captain, I helped you, Silver said. That's why we're having a chat. Otherwise, just because you betrayed me and sided with Zhu Yi, I would have killed you first, Lu Yin said coldly. Silver smiled. I didn't betray you, Captain. As long as you say the word, I'll come over immediately. In the stands, Zhu Yi was furious and he grabbed at Silver. Impudent. On the other side, Lu Bujing blocked Zhu Yi. This is a battle for the position of Dao disciple. What are you trying to do? Zhu Yi looked at Lu Bujing. It's just dealing with a traitor. There's nothing to fight about. Lu Yin looked at Zhu Yi. Is the traitor you're talking about him or me? Zhu Yi stared at Lu Yin. Can you create death energy? Lu Yin's lips curled up. That's right. Zhu Yi's expression changed and he didn't know what to say. Lu Yin shouted, I can create death energy. I'm the true inheritor of the death god. Zhu Yi, can you create death energy? You can't. Not only can he not create death energy, but he's also not the death god's disciple. In the stands, Destiny spoke up. The death god has never had a successor, nor has he ever acknowledged Zhu Yi as his disciple. Only those who are fated can become the death god's disciple. Now it seems that the true successor has appeared and Zhu Yi is not you. Zhu Yi's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin glared at Zhu Yi. What else is there to say? I'm the true successor of the death god. Since you're using the death god's power, you have to listen to me. That's what you told me before. Zhu Yi stared at Lu Yin, unable to refute him. He had never thought that Lu Yin would be able to create the death god. He had a premonition from the moment the death god transformation had appeared, and now that it had been confirmed, he found it hard to accept. Destiny's destiny was right. He had never been acknowledged by the death god as his disciple. In comparison, Lu Yin, who could create death energy, was the true successor. What, you want to betray the death god? Lu Yin barked. At this point, Henshin spoke up. This is a competition to become a Dao disciple, not the death god's successor. Lu Yin, if you want to become a Dao disciple, you must carry the primogenitor's statue and walk to the Above Heaven sect. During this time you must endure the attacks of all competitors. Only those who can make it this far can become a Dao disciple. Your competition is not over yet. Lu Yin looked at the statue. Alright, I'll become a Dao disciple first, then I'll clean up the mess. Henshin frowned. Clean up the mess? What arrogance! Lu Bujing and the other half-ancestors couldn't deal with Zhu Yi. Suddenly he thought of Destiny's destiny. Was this person really going to help Lu Yin? If Lu Yin became a Dao disciple, then Destiny's destiny might be true. He looked at Chu Yuan, who was heavily injured. He Luo Mavis was no longer in the mood to fight, and Silver had even threatened to betray Zhu Yi in front of him. Sky-piercing Jelon had also been impaled into the wall. There was no one left to stop Lu Yin from becoming a Dao disciple. Lu Yin walked towards the primogenitor's statue and exited the death god transformation. He no longer needed it. When he arrived in front of the statue, Lu Yin looked at it. This was the primogenitor, the one who had founded the Above Heaven sect and led humanity into the era of cultivation. Where was he now? Humanity was facing the end of the world and the 5 continents had collapsed. Was he still alive? Lu Yin looked at the statue for a long time before finally looking away. He walked up to the statue and carried it on his back. Regardless of whether the primogenitor was still alive or not, he had brought humanity to its peak. He was their ancestor and the source of their strength, so Lu Yin was willing to carry him. The statue was heavy enough to crush an emissary, but this weight was of no use to Lu Yin. Lu Yin carried the statue on his back and walked from the plaza to the above Heaven Sect's mountain gate. He was getting closer and closer to his position as a Dao disciple. Everyone knew that no one would be able to stop Lu Yin now. Forget about the cultivators of the same generation, even the powerhouses of the older generation or even those from the above Heaven's realm, would not be able to stop Lu Yin. Thank you. Boss is awesome. Thank you for all your support. I'll update more. Thank you. I've already updated for 5 days straight and I'm still suffering from a cold. I'm so tired and dizzy. Thank you for all your support. Thank you. Chapter 2103. However, halfway through his journey with the statue on his back, there was still someone blocking his path. It was the river Mavis. Jialan of the Sky is heavily injured and so is Chu Yuan. I'm the only one who can stop you. Luo Mavis looked at Lu Yin with a solemn expression. Behind her, the divine tree continued to expand. She was going all out. Can you beat me? Lu Yin was confused. We can't win, Hello Mavis replied. If that's the case, then why are you blocking my path? I'm also a Dao disciple. I can't just stand here and watch you surpass us. So you'll feel better if you lie down? You'll die, Lu Yin said coldly. Outside the plaza, on the turtle's back, Cloud Shadow Mavis and the rest looked on with complicated expressions. Ever since Mavis had appeared, they knew that the Mavis family's hope of revival had arrived. Especially since Mavis could represent the Lu Tianmen and compete for the position of Dao disciple. If she succeeded, the Lu Tianmen would no longer be monopolized by the Lu family, and the Mavis family would have absolute control over it. However, as Lu Yin walked step by step towards becoming invincible, they no longer harbored any hope. They had thought that everything was over, and they were just waiting for Lu Yin to become a Dao disciple and bring about another change to this era. They were very certain that Lu Yin would definitely bring about change, as he was not someone who was willing to remain calm. In particular, some things that had happened in the past 20 years were things that he would not tolerate. Who would have thought that Mavis would step forward in the end? She herself had said that she couldn't beat Lu Yin, so there was no point in doing so. You're not too stubborn, or you wouldn't have teamed up with me to deal with Chu Yuan. You're not pure, Lu Yin said. He had seen pure people before, such as Zhang Dingtian and Lu Xiaoqiu. Even if their opponents were far stronger than them, they would still be willing to fight to the death for the sake of their stubbornness. However, Mavis wasn't such a person. He gave Lu Yin a strange feeling. She was born in the purest era of martial arts, but she could easily recognize the difference in strength between herself and her enemy. Lu Yin hadn't expected her to team up with him. I'm not stubborn or pure. It's just that everyone has their own way of thinking. Do you think that just because we were born in the Sky Sect we're crazy about fighting? Wrong, the ancestors never advocated that. The ancestors advocated creation and the use of intelligence. That's why the people of our era can be stubborn, but they can also be smart. But you're very stupid right now. Luo Mavis sighed. Those people have all been defeated, so I can only fight on my own. If there's even the slightest possibility, I'd also like to find a few people to team up with. No matter what, I can't just watch as you surpass us. She smiled wryly. We also want to save face. Lu Yin understood. Ever since these people had arrived in this era, their contempt for this era had been ingrained in their bones. They could accept failure, but they could not accept humiliation. If they just watched Lu Yin become a Dao disciple and did nothing, they would not be able to get over it. Just like Xiaji, if he did not kill Lu Yin, he would not be able to get over it either. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Do your best and I'll try my best not to kill you, Lu Yin said calmly. He carried the statue on his back and walked towards the entrance. You'll have to be able to kill me first, Luo replied coldly. She knew that she couldn't defeat Lu Yin, but the Mavis family was best at preserving their own lives. No matter how great the difference in power was, she was confident that Lu Yin wouldn't be able to kill her. With the statue on his back, Lu Yin walked forward step by step. A green brilliance appeared around her body, and the green in her eyes suddenly became lively as if a spirit was dancing. On the ancestral turtle's back, Cloud Shadow Mavis was excited. "That's the Wheel of Life." "What's the Wheel of Life?" Mavis was confused. Cloud Shadow Mavis's breathing quickened. "Everyone knows that my Mavis family's inherited innate gift is the rhythm of life, and our inherited battle techniques are limitless strength. However, there is actually another power that has lost its inheritance, and that is the Wheel of Life. This battle technique was lost when the second continent was destroyed. I never expected to see it again." During the battle for the Dao disciple position, Luo Mavis's presence hadn't been as strong as Chu Yuan's or sky-piercing Salon's. This was especially true for the Mavis family's battle techniques, which were all the same. Lu Yin hadn't seen anything new, but at this moment the power that Luo Mavis displayed surprised him. Luo Mavis's rune lines hadn't increased, but for some reason, Lu Yin had a strange feeling whenever he looked at her. It was as if her life force had suddenly become unfathomable. At this moment, Luo Mavis's view of the outside world was completely different. The Wheel of Life was just like the rune lines, allowing one to see something different. Only those who cultivated the true scripture of Ian evolution could see the rune lines, but only those who cultivated the Wheel of Life could see the essence of life force. She could see that Lu Yin's life force was surging like a scorching sun that couldn't be erased. She spread her own life force out, connecting it to each person and each plant. Any powerful family that controlled a continent had an almost unfathomable power. Salon's 8 stars could theoretically deal with anyone. Chu Yuan had grasped the power of time and used the time realm, which could theoretically stack countless blades with limitless power. The Wheel of Life, on the other hand, could theoretically never die, especially in battle. As long as her Wheel of Life didn't extinguish, it could feed back to her body and heal any injuries she suffered. This was the Mavis family's most abnormal inherited battle technique. With a bang, Luo Mavis charged at Lu Yin and punched out. Behind her, the visualization of the divine tree caused her strength to skyrocket. Sengoku burned the void, and from this moment on, every move she made was an extreme attack. Lu Yin stopped in his tracks, and the void around him flickered with a black and white light as he activated the Grim Reaper transformation. The chains viciously lashed out, colliding with Luo Mavis's fist. Luo Mavis was forced back a step, but it was only a single step. Her body twisted as she punched out once more. The power of her fist was no weaker than Salon's blade technique. Salon's blade could cut through the chains in 3 strikes, and Luo Mavis could do the same with 3 punches. In fact, she didn't even need 3 punches. However, she had forgotten that the reason Salon's 3 strikes could cut through the chains was because he had relied on his spatial memory to imitate Chu Yuan and erase the flow of time. Lu Yin couldn't stop the 3 strikes from striking the same spot, but it was different for Luo Mavis. The chains moved through the void, making it impossible for her to land 3 punches on the same spot. Unless she could break the chains with a single punch, she wouldn't be able to get close to Lu Yin, let alone defeat him. Luo Mavis panted heavily as she looked at the chains covering Lu Yin's body. She felt bitter as she couldn't get close to him. No matter how tenacious her vitality was, she still couldn't defeat this monster. No matter what, she still had to fight. Luo Mavis's gaze turned cold as she attacked once more, punching out again. In the distance, the spear that had pierced Salon's body into the wall dissipated, and he fell to the ground. He gritted his teeth as he watched Lu Yin walk towards the entrance with the statue on his back. He couldn't accept this. The Salon family controlled the 6th mainland and was an invincible family. This person hadn't even used the naming platform, so how could he be so strong? He couldn't accept this, and he wouldn't accept this even if he died. Chu Yuan, who had fallen to the ground, was similarly unwilling, and the two looked at each other. I can still use the power of time. Salon watched as Luo Mavis frantically attacked Lu Yin. I can lend her some of Salon's power. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of them. It was Silver, and he had a brilliant smile on his face as he twirled the butterfly around him. He leisurely looked at the two of them. What are you two discussing? Are you planning on joining forces to deal with the captain? Salon glared at Silver. Scram. Silver's lips curled up and he suddenly opened his eyes. I'm sorry, but this is a chance for me to show my loyalty. Even if the two of you join forces, you won't be able to threaten the captain in the slightest. With a flash of white light, the blade swept past Salon and Chu Yuan. Their expressions changed as they were unable to dodge due to their heavy injuries. They both spat out mouthfuls of blood. The blade had pierced through their bodies, worsening their injuries. They were also suppressed by the death aura and they were unable to move. Outside the arena, Jiu Yao shouted, "Stop." Silver smiled at Jiu Yao, but it was a chilling smile. In the distance, Lu Yin turned around and looked at Silver coldly. "Who told you to attack them?" Silver smiled. "I just didn't want this little bug to disturb the captain." Lu Yin's right hand shook as a clear void palm crossed the void and viciously struck Silver, sending him flying. The attack wasn't too fast and Lu Yin gave Silver time to dodge. Silver did not dodge and allowed himself to be hit by the clear void palm. He had been injured quite badly from his previous clash with He Luo Mavis, and this attack had caused him to lose the ability to fight. However, Silver was still smiling, and there was no resentment in his eyes as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin thought of Lu Xiaoga. The two were fundamentally similar. One was gentle and shrewd while the other was strange and no one knew what he was thinking. What was even more similar was that both of them had followed in Lu Yin's footsteps. Lu Xiaoga's status had caught up and he was of use to Lu Yin. Silver's strength had caught up. With these two around, Lu Yin's life was no longer lonely. He Luo Mavis continuously attacked the chains, but her destructive power was unable to break through them. The more she fought, the more frustrated she became. Lu Yin shook his head and raised his right hand. A black hook appeared in his hand and he slashed out. He Luo Mavis hurriedly tried to dodge, but the chains around her made it impossible for her to do so. She couldn't break through them either and she was dragged along by them as she took the full brunt of the hook's attack. Blood splattered across the ground, and her body was flung far away before crashing into the ground. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. On the ancestral turtle's back, Cloud Shadow was shocked. "Alliance Master Lu, please have mercy." A single attack had heavily injured He Luo Mavis. This was the Reaper's transformation state. If not for Sky Blue and Chu Yuan's near-invincible strength, they would not have been able to defeat Lu Yin either. Lu Yin glanced at He Luo Mavis lying on the ground, not knowing whether she was dead or alive. He raised his foot and continued walking forward. This attack had been heavy and he couldn't guarantee her survival. However, with her strength as a Dao disciple, she shouldn't die. When Lu Yin had taken 100 steps, He Luo Mavis' finger twitched. Outside the solar system, countless people were stunned. They had seen Chu Yuan and Sky Blue display their invincible strength, and then they had seen Lu Yin break through their invincible strength one by one. At this moment, Lu Yin was just like he had been during the sovereign battle. He was reigning supreme among his peers. Chapter 2104. Now even Wu De sympathized with River Mavis and the others. "It's your misfortune to appear in the same era as Lu Yin. You clearly don't need to appear in the same era. If these people had been unlocked earlier, they might have been able to become half-ancestors or even progenitors." To them, Lu Yin was just like progenitor Chen. He was a legend. Unfortunately, they had appeared at this exact moment. This was fate. The angriest of them all was the fish on top of Shichi's head, who continuously scolded Chu Yuan. "Lord Fish gave you power but you still lost. Idiot, this two-legged beast is too stupid. Quick, Lord Fish wants to fight, quick." Shichi felt wronged. I don't dare. Brother Lu is too scary." "What are you afraid of, stupid two-legged beast? Lord Fish taught you a little bit and you'll win. It's just death energy." Back then Lord Fish taught him. Wait, what did Lord Fish say? Who did he teach? Two-legged beast, repeat Lord Fish's words. Shichi's eyes flashed with craftiness. "You said that these two-legged beasts aren't bad and have the qualifications to be mounts." "Yes, that's what Lord Fish said. They're not bad and have the qualifications, huh?" Shichi relaxed, afraid that the fish would force her to fight. That would be bad luck, as all these people had to do was casually sneeze and she would be finished. Outside the plaza, Lu Yin walked towards the mountain gate. Behind him, River Mavis slowly stood up. Her abdomen had clearly been severed, but it had already recovered. She had used the time that Lu Yin had taken to walk 100 steps to heal herself with the Wheel of Life. If not for the fact that this was the power of death energy, she wouldn't even need to walk 100 steps. Lu Yin stopped and turned around to look at her in astonishment. "Is this the Mavis family's ability?" As expected of the family that rules the second mainland. If Chu Yuan or Sky Salon had this kind of recovery ability, they wouldn't have been in such a miserable state. River Mavis took a deep breath and charged out once more, punching at the limit. Lu Yin shook his head, his eyes turning into runes as he stared at her and weakened her. Luo Mavis punched at the chains, but her strength was suddenly drained away. The chains easily tied her up once more, and Lu Yin raised his hand to execute a horizontal slash with the Golian. It was the same attack in the same position, but Luo Mavis was flung even further away, leaving behind a trail of blood. Countless people shuddered in fear. This time they were all dead. Cloud Shadow Mavis swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly ordered Winged Mavis to look for Luo Mavis. She couldn't be allowed to die. However, after another 100 or so steps, Luo Mavis appeared once more. She continued to attack him with all her might, not stopping until one of them was dead. Chu Yuan had mentioned that the River Mavis was very difficult to kill, and Lu Yin had finally experienced it for himself. The second attack should have been the limit of what the beast could withstand, but it had still been able to recover. However, it could be seen that she had consumed a lot of energy. No matter what method she used, it was not easy for her to recover from such a serious injury. Luo Mavis' punches were much weaker than when Lu Yin had first picked up the statue. Now even if she attacked the same spot on the chain, it would be very difficult to break it. Golian once again slashed horizontally and Luo Mavis was flung far away. This time she only appeared when Lu Yin was more than 300 steps away, her face deathly pale. Then he was thrown out again. This time it was 1,000 steps. Again and again he blocked the path in front of them and was seriously injured again and again. Many people were moved by this. The way Lu Yin looked at Luo Mavis was completely different from the way he looked at Chu Yuan and the rest. This woman's tenacity was truly terrifying. Every attack she faced was equivalent to walking on the edge of death, and not everyone had the courage to endure it. Although Luo Mavis had tried her best in the end, Lu Yin had still managed to place the statue in front of the gate. With a loud rumble, the statue stood tall, representing the Tao child of the new Etherean sect. Luo Mavis lay on the ground, blood flowing from her abdomen staining the ground. Chu Yuan closed his eyes. He had been defeated. Jialan of the Sky's eyes were bloodshot. He had actually been defeated. Before the battle for the position of Tao child, they had all been confident that they could surpass the others and become the next Tao child. They had never treated anyone from this era as an opponent, but in the end they had been defeated by someone from this era. Although they were unwilling to accept this result, they accepted their defeat wholeheartedly. Lu Yin had displayed an unfathomable strength, a truly unfathomable strength. Even a half-ancestor would have to be wary of the strength he had used to defeat Chu Yuan, let alone his peers. In the stands, Lu Bujing shouted, "Immediately convene the Tianmen Convention to determine the Tao child and establish the Etherean sect." Hen Exen looked at Lu Bujing with a twinkle in his eyes. This result was completely different from what he had expected. Someone from the Lu family had actually become a Tao child. Zhu Yi stared at Lu Yin in a daze. He didn't care about the Etherean sect or the Tao child. He only cared about the Death God's legacy. How could someone in this era inherit the Death God's power and even create Death Qi? He still didn't understand. There's no need to confirm. The Tao child is Lu Yin and my Butian sect recognizes him as the path of the heavens. The Fate Maiden's voice resounded throughout the Etherean sect. Hen Exen looked at her. Isn't it too hasty for a dignified successor of Fate to recognize a junior like this? The Fate Maiden did not reply. Elder Chan said, "Since the battle for the Tao child has ended, it's time to convene the Tianmen Convention. There are many things to discuss." "That's right, I also have many things to discuss during the Tianmen Convention," Lu Yin said as he looked at Hen Exen. Those who could participate in the Tianmen Convention were all half-ancestors, and they had to be sect masters. Even if a Tao child was recognized and had the right to represent the heavens, it was impossible for them to be on equal footing with sect masters. The difference was too great. However, when Lu Yin spoke, no one felt that it was out of place. It was as if he could converse with half-ancestors. The Tianmen Convention had been held 3 times and this was the 4th time. The first 3 Tianmen Conventions had determined the current state of the universe and the positions of the 6 Great Gates. Every time the Tianmen Convention was held, there would only be 6 people, but this time there was 1 more. In the past, the Tianmen Convention had been held on Earth because it was the closest to Jupiter. This time was the same, and it would only move if the Etherean sect was truly established. On Earth, 7 figures stood on top of Mount Tai. Lu Yin looked at the 6 sect masters and smiled. Have the past Tianmen conventions always been this quiet? Since that's the case, I'll throw a brick to attract Jade and say some things for the seniors to discuss. First of all, seniors, do you have any questions about my status as a Dao child who can represent the heavens? After he finished speaking, Lu Yin looked at them one by one. Lu Bujing and Elder Chan definitely had no questions. He looked at Destiny Girl with a strange gaze. Destiny Girl had always appeared as a white cloud, and she had only revealed her true form during the Tianmen convention. She was a beautiful girl but not a woman. She looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. If she was in the outside world, no one would know that she was actually the successor of Destiny, one of the 12 sect masters of the Aetherian sect, and the one that was the most difficult to provoke. When he saw Destiny Girl's appearance, Lu Yin couldn't help but think of her. Was she worried that her appearance wasn't intimidating enough, so she deliberately hid in the white cloud? Not only could she conceal her true form, but she also appeared mysterious. Destiny Girl turned her head and coincidentally met Lu Yin's eyes. She revealed a faint smile that was very cute. Lu Yin was speechless. She actually used cute to describe a half-ancestor. He didn't even know what to say. I recognize Lu Yin as a Dao child and ensure that he has the right to represent the heavens, Destiny Girl spoke. Her voice was still pleasant, but looking at her appearance now, there was a hint of innocence in her voice. Lu Yin looked at Jiu Yao. Without the blood progenitor around, Jiu Yao was the acting sect master of the Blood Sky sect. In reality, Jiu Yao had always been in charge of the Blood Sky sect because of the blood progenitor. When Lu Yin thought about what the blood progenitor had done, he felt a little upset. He had never thought that he would one day admire someone from the Sixth Mainland. Every race had good people and bad people, and the blood progenitor's actions were worthy of everyone's admiration. Jiu Yao pondered for a moment. Since we agreed on this beforehand, I have no problems with it. Lu Yin looked at Ju Yi. Ju Yi's gaze was dark and deep. Sure. Hen Xen added, you can accept it. Lu Yin nodded. All right, since all of you seniors have agreed, then I have no problems for now. He then looked at Elder Chan. Senior, do you have anything to discuss? Elder Chan replied, then I'll speak first. Same old question. Sect Master Hen Xen, should you announce the battle force cultivation method? Hen Xen replied, I'm willing to accept my loss. I will announce the battle force cultivation method in detail, but first I want to find out who took Scar 3 away. Lu Bujing sneered. What does Scar 3's capture have to do with the battle force cultivation method? Are you trying to go back on your word? Hen Xian's tone was gloomy. I just want to warn you that whoever took Scar 3 had better release him. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. He then glanced at Lu Yin, who was also a suspect. After all, he had cultivated the scripture of Ian evolution. Lu Yin remained calm and did not say anything. Elder Chan brought up many issues that needed to be discussed, and Lu Bujing and Jiu Yao followed suit. Most of them were conflicts. The entire human race, regardless of whether it was the 5th or 6th mainland, had gathered together to establish the above heaven sect. However, past grudges could not be easily set aside, so it was normal for conflicts to erupt. Some conflicts could be resolved, but others could not. Hen Xen had suggested that the Earthlings be relocated so that the above heaven sect elites and their families could reside on Earth. This was strongly opposed by Lu Bujing. We've already discussed this issue 3 times. Most Earthlings are ordinary and not worth our attention. If the human race wants to continue, we need to retain the elites. Lu Bujing actually did not care about the Earthlings. If cultivators were too compassionate, they would not have been able to reach their current level. He had only kept the Earthlings because of Lu Yin, as Earth held a special meaning to Lu Yin. Elder Chan also refused. The source box array in the solar system has long been established and is constantly being improved. If anything happens, we can quickly reach Jupiter. There's no need to move the Earthlings. We can't force them to leave their homeland. Ju Yi agreed with Hen Xian's thoughts. You guys refused to transfer the Earthlings because you were afraid that it would cause a disturbance on Jupiter. That hidden Earth organization is connected to Jupiter. Over the years, we've captured quite a few members of that organization, but we still haven't been able to find a way to open Jupiter. The source box arrays we've set up are useless and we can't even use Jupiter to escape. Why don't we just move the Earthlings and see if there are any changes to Jupiter? If it doesn't work, then we can forcefully take action. It's better than being hung here by Jupiter. Chapter 2105. You want to move the Earthlings? Lu Yin stared at Xianxia and spoke slowly. His face darkened. Henshin met Lu Yin's gaze. That's right. He knew about Lu Yin's relationship with Earth. Otherwise, Lu Bujing and the others would not have rejected him 3 times. I refuse, Lu Yin said directly. Henshin frowned. Just as he was about to berate her, an emissary actually dared to refuse a half-ancestor's proposal. Who gave her the courage? However, he remembered that Lu Yin was a Dao child and had the special privilege of walking on behalf of the heavens. He could not obtain this privilege himself, and it would be useless even if Lu Bujing and the others supported him. However, if Lu Yin had the Fate daughter, things would be different. I support the Daoist. If the Daoist rejects it, I will also reject it, said the Lady of Fate, giving her unconditional support. Xianxia was dissatisfied. Lady of Fate, this is an important matter that concerns the legacy of the human race. It's useless for those ordinary people to live on Earth. Why don't we give them a change of environment? At most, the 3 Ultimates' Heavenly Gate will compensate them. Fate's daughter didn't care about Xianxia at all. All she wanted to do was support Lu Yin unconditionally. Lu Yin had not expected Destiny's daughter to support him so readily. Thank you, Senior Destiny's daughter. The Fate daughter smiled and said, I support the Dao child, not you. If someone else was a Dao child, I would also support them. Junior understands, but I still have to thank Senior, Lu Yin said politely. Originally, the Lu Heavenly Gate and the Glory Heavenly Gate were against the migration of the Earthlings, while the 3 Ultimates Heavenly Gate and the Undying Heavenly Gate supported it. The Blood Heavenly Gate and the Omen Heavenly Gate were neutral, but now the Omen Heavenly Gate supported Lu Yin all of a sudden. That was not all. Lu Yin himself was also counted as one of the votes, which added up to 4 votes. Even if the Blood Heavenly Gate supported the 3 Ultimates Heavenly Gate, it was useless. Xianxia's plan was ruined. The various sect masters had already thought of the matters to be brought up at the Tianmen Convention, and they were all about the Above Heaven sect and the current human domain. No one was targeting anyone and no one would target Lu Yin. After all, no one could have guessed that Lu Yin would appear out of nowhere and become a Dao disciple. Even if they wanted to target him, it would take some time. Perhaps the next Tianmen Convention would be different. However, in this Tianmen Convention, even if others did not target Lu Yin, it did not mean that Lu Yin would not target them. He had disappeared for 20 years. Some debts should be paid and some things should be resolved. For several days in a row, the leaders of the major Elysium gates raised a lot of things to discuss. In fact, most of the things were solved by the people below. Even so, there were still some things that needed to be communicated between the leaders. This was the Elysium Convention. I've been listening for the past few days. Seniors have asked many questions, most of which are related to the newly established Above the Sky sect and how to deal with the Eternals. I admire the seniors' consideration for the future of humanity, but even so, I still have some things to say, Lu Yin said, looking at Xianxia as the other 6 looked at him in confusion. Senior Xianxia, is the Aurora Company a subordinate of the 3 Uniques Heavenly Gate? Both Elder Chan and Lu Bujing's expressions changed when they heard this. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He thought that no one would ever mention the Aurora Spacecraft Company again. Back then, when he led Ni Huang and the others to occupy Progenitor Chen's tomb, he began to understand this era. He inadvertently learned that the Aurora Cosmos Shuttle Company had developed microarray technology. The people of this era thought that microarray technology had just been invented, but in reality he knew that there was a freak who had invented microarray technology in the Above Heaven era. He had been interested at that time, but he had been plotted against by the Eternals and had been sealed in ice until now. He had forgotten about it after coming out, but he hadn't expected to discover it by accident. Now he had immediately made a move against the Aurora Company, thinking of a way to take the company away from the Glory Realm. After that incident, Elder Chan and the others had sought him out and asked him to return the company. After a few years of stalemate, both sides finally reached a compromise and agreed to share the microarray technology. In reality, however, the technology was his and his name was branded on it. If not for the fact that he had allied with so many half-ancestors and the threat of the Eternals, he wouldn't have been able to take control of the company so easily. Many people knew about this, but they pretended not to know. Who would have thought that Lu Yin would bring it up after 20 years? Hen Xen didn't know what Lu Yin was planning, but no matter what, the Aurora Company couldn't leave the Three Uniques' heavenly gate, even if Destiny's daughter helped him. Unless there was a civil war. As the microarray technology was developed and used, Hen Xen became more and more certain that it was a technology that could change the future of humanity. He definitely wouldn't give it up. That's right. The Aurora Company is now a subordinate of the Three Uniques' heavenly gate. Lu Yin nodded. Since that's the case, how much did the Aurora Company profit from the microarray technology over the past 20 years? Does Senior know that 20% of that profit belongs to me? Hen Xen was astonished. 20%? What do you mean? Lu Yin smiled. It seems that Senior doesn't know. When the Aurora Company encountered a bottleneck in their microarray technology, I helped them break through it and provided them with the materials. It was only because of this that they were able to succeed. We reached an agreement that 20% of the profits would belong to me. Right, I also provided quite a bit of the mother tree's bark as materials. The microarray made from these materials also belongs to me. Hen Xen looked at Elder Chan and the others. He really didn't know about this. When he had taken over the Aurora Company, he had focused all his attention on Elder Chan and the others. He knew that the company was part of the Sirius sect, but he hadn't known that Lu Yin was involved. Elder Chan spoke up. Lu Yin is right. He disappeared back then, so this matter wasn't brought up. The success of the microarray technology was mostly due to him, and most of the materials came from him. Hen Xen frowned. Evidence. Lu Yin raised a brow. What kind of evidence does Senior want? Hen Xen replied, impossible. I'll believe you just because you say so. The Aurora Company has created too many microarrays in the past 20 years, and the profits are too great. You want to take 20% of the profits with just one sentence? That's not realistic. Even if it's true, that 20% won't go to you. He then looked at Elder Chan. We agreed that the profits from the microarrays would be used to deal with the Eternals and establish the Ether sect. Elder Chan nodded helplessly. There was no other way around it. Reaching this agreement was already the limit of what they could do. Otherwise, there would be nothing left. What Hen Xen cared about was fame. He wanted to write his name down in the history of microarray technology, and he was willing to give up the profits. He could give up the profits, but that didn't mean that he would pay for it. If he agreed to give Lu Yin 20% of the profits, he would have to make up for it himself unless the agreement with Elder Chan was voided. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Senior, you don't believe me? Hen Xen met Lu Yin's gaze. If I said that you were the one who took Xianxia and that you had to hand him over, would you agree? I'll believe you if you say it, but that's impossible. You need proof. Aurora Spacecraft Company. Chairman Ji can testify, Elder Chan said. Hen Xen shook his head. Chairman Ji has been working hard on microarray technology for the past few years. He's not capable of testifying. Lu Bujing shouted, you're just quibbling. You have a witness, but you don't want to admit it. Hen Xen, you're getting worse. Hen Xen didn't care. Although the 6 Elysium gates ruled the sect above heaven together, that was only because of the threat of the Eternals. If it weren't for the Eternals, he might have already made a move on the Elysium gate. It wasn't because of hatred, but because he truly wanted to rebuild the sect above heaven. If he wanted to do so, then he had to deal with all the hidden dangers. The Elysium gate and the Glory gate were all hidden dangers, but he wasn't in a hurry. Once he became a progenitor, they would all submit to him. Senior, you want me to hand over Xianxia, right? Lu Yin asked, beaming at Hen Xen. Hen Xen clasped his hands behind his back. You need proof. If I say that you were the one who took Xianxia, do you think I can take revenge on you? If you're willing, Senior, Lu Yin said, taking out Mount Supreme and throwing Xianxia out. Everyone was stunned, whether it was Hen Xen, Lu Bujing, or Xianxia himself. How could such a thing happen? No one knew that Xianxia had been taken by Lu Yin and he could hide it, but what had he done? He had actually released Xianxia during the Tianmen conference. Lu Bujing blinked and looked at Lu Yin as if he was an idiot. Wasn't this just creating a conflict? Was he trying to start a war with the 3 ultimates? Hen Xen was stunned as well. He had only said it casually, but he hadn't expected Lu Yin to really take Xianxia. Destiny's daughter was also astonished, as this had exceeded her expectations. No normal person would do such a thing, and this was a slap to Hen Xian's face. Society Master? Scar-san looked at Hen Exen and spoke weakly. Hen Exen finally reacted and stared at Lu Yin with a gloomy expression. It's you? Lu Yin smiled. Senior, you asked me to release Scar-san, so I did. Hen Exen didn't know what Lu Yin was trying to say. He should have attacked Lu Yin, but when he saw Lu Yin's smile he felt that something was wrong. He didn't attack or say anything. He had been able to cultivate from an ordinary person to become the leader of the 3 ultimate Sky Gate and obtain the recognition of Ancient Pathmaster. He was extremely cautious, but Lu Yin's actions were too unusual. Lu Yin seemed to have expected Hen Xian's reaction and he turned to Zhu Yi. You're not the Death God's disciple. I'm the Death God's true successor. According to what you said, everyone who cultivates death energy has to listen to the Death God's successor. Zhu Yi, you haven't forgotten, have you? Lu Bujing stared blankly at Lu Yin. He had provoked Hen Exen, and now he was provoking Zhu Yi. Was he stupid? It wasn't just Lu Bujing. Even Elder Chan felt that Lu Yin was stupid. This wasn't the Lu Yin he knew. In his understanding, Lu Yin should be cautious and shrewd at every step. He should be the kind of person who would think 10 steps ahead of him before taking action. How could he do such a thing? How could he provoke 2 Elysium leaders at the same time at the Tianmen convention? And it was the most serious provocation. Capturing Scar-san was tantamount to shedding all pretense of cordiality with Hen Exen, but Lu Yin actually wanted Zhu Yi to listen to his orders. Zhu Yi was a half-ancestor, so where did Lu Yin get the courage to speak up? When Lu Yin had said such words during the Dao Disciple competition, everyone had thought that he was just being high-spirited and that it was difficult to resist a youth's drive. But now the nature was different. Lu Yin really wanted Zhu Yi to listen. Chapter 2106. Zhu Yi's expression sank. I didn't see if you could create death qi. Even if you could, it would be a coincidence. I'm the Death God's disciple and I'm the true inheritor of the Death God's power. Lu Yin sneered. Obviously. The Death God's disciple can't even create death qi. Once it runs out, will you still be the Death God's disciple? Zhu Yi's eyes went wide. This was what he was most worried about. The Death God had existed during the Above Heaven era and he could find death qi. However, in this era the Death God's life was uncertain, and the amount of death qi was decreasing. If he ran out of death qi before he could break through, the Death God's inheritance would disappear. As long as I break through, I can create death qi. I admit that you also have the Death God's inheritance, but as long as I break through, I'll be the new Death God. Lu Yin sneered. If breaking through was that easy, then the 5th mainland wouldn't have never succeeded. You think too highly of yourself. Even if you break through, you won't be able to create death qi. Only I can create death qi and I'm the Death God's successor. Lu Yin, why did you capture Hen-san? Hen Exen stepped forward. Lu Bujing hurriedly stood in front of him and looked at Lu Yin. Had this kid become arrogant after defeating Chu Yuan and the rest? Did he really think that he could act on behalf of the heavens just because he had the support of a fated daughter? Did he really think that he was on the same level as a half-ancestor? Lu Yin looked at Hen Exen. I wanted to capture him, so I did. Lu Bujing's expression changed. This was too provocative and he didn't even place Hen Exen in his eyes. Elder Chan stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. This kid was crazy. Jiu Yao felt strange as this was not the Lu Yin he knew. The fated daughter looked on curiously as there was definitely a problem with Lu Yin's abnormal behavior. Hen Exen angrily attacked. Lu Yin suddenly took out the progenitor's sword. The Above Heaven sect only exists with this. Does anyone recognize it? Everyone stared at the progenitor's sword. It was clearly an ordinary sword and there was nothing special about it. The progenitor's sword? Jiu Yao was shocked. He had personally witnessed Lu Yin's heart being pierced by the sword back in the main hall. He had been wondering where the progenitor's sword had gone during the battle for the Daoist position, and guessed that it was most likely in Lu Yin's hands. Now that he had seen Lu Yin take it out with his own eyes, even if he had guessed it before, the shock he felt could not be erased. Progenitor's sword? Zhu Yi was shaken. Hen Exen looked at the progenitor's sword with a burning gaze. Lu Yin's words were true. Only with the progenitor's sword would there be a heaven's gate. He worked hard to rebuild the sect Above Heaven not just for fame. There was a legend in their era that only by becoming a Dao master could one know the universe's greatest secret. He wanted to break through the ancestor level and then become a Dao master. But what else did a Dao master have besides strength? It was only after Chu Yuan and the others had returned to this era that he learned of the existence of the progenitor sword. Perhaps only after he became a Dao Lord would he be able to learn of some of its secrets. Although no one said anything about Lu Yin's appearance, everyone was thinking about the progenitor's sword. But now they had seen him in such an abrupt manner. They had thought that Lu Yin would have hidden himself, as he had such a precious treasure that even Lu Bujing and the others might not have been able to protect him. That was the progenitor's sword, a supreme treasure that could travel through time and space. It could be considered the universe's #1 supreme treasure. Lu Yin held the progenitor's sword and glanced at Hen Exen, Ju Yi, Life Maiden and the others. Not bad, this is the progenitor's sword. Do you want it? Mount Tai was silent. Even the leader of the Elysium did not know what to say at this moment. Of course, but how? Whoosh. Lu Yin stabbed the progenitor's sword into the ground and the hilt swayed. Whoever wants it can come and get it. Everyone stared at the progenitor's sword on the ground in silence. Jiu Yao took a step forward and reached out to grab it, but then he suddenly thought of something and pulled his hand back with a pale face. He looked at Lu Yin. If I touch it, will I end up like her? Lu Yin knew that he was referring to the Forgotten Ruins deity. Yes. Jiu Yao stared into Lu Yin's eyes, trying to determine if he was speaking the truth. However, he could not tell and he did not dare to take the risk. He stared blankly at the progenitor's sword that was so close to him, not daring to make a move. Hen Exen finally tore his gaze away from the sword and looked at Lu Yin. Do you think that just because you have this sword, you're the rightful successor of the celestial sect and can do whatever you want? Lu Yin raised his hand and placed it on the hilt. During the Dao disciple competition, I already said that only I can lead the celestial sect. I am the true leader of this era. He then took a step forward with his right foot, causing the stars to revolve and resonate with the Sirius stars. The pattern beneath his foot flickered, and in an instant, Lu Yin saw countless stars revolve around him. This was the fifth mainland, a star that he had created himself. He was like the ruler of the heavens, replacing the universe and the vault of heaven as he stepped on the starry sky. This time was different from the first time. Lu Yin was resonating with the Sirius stars without hiding anything. This unimaginably terrifying power instantly shocked everyone. This was the power of a progenitor Chen's power. Not to mention the current era where progenitors did not appear, but even in the Daoist sect's era, or even in the above sky sect's era, progenitor Chen's strength was unrivaled. He had monopolized 2 mountains and 1 ocean and no one knew how strong he was. When Lu Yin merged with progenitor Chen's Sirius stars, Hen Exen and the others were forced to retreat, and no one was able to get close. Lu Yin enjoyed the feeling of being in control of everything, and his thoughts appeared from one star to another. He arrived at the western part of the Innerverse, which was also the front lines of the decisive battle between the humans and the Eternal Tribe. He saw half-progenitor Leng Qing Wang Si, and a woman who was also a half-progenitor. He also saw various microarrays erupting, the Eternal Tribe monsters and Marquis Wui. On the front lines, when Lu Yin's thoughts swept past the battlefield, several stars stopped revolving. Leng Qing and the others suddenly looked up. Progenitor's power? Before this, the only progenitor's power that had erupted from the fifth mainland had been the sixth mainland's 3 progenitors. However, those 3 progenitors were completely different from this power. This boundless power that could replace the universe was unimaginably terrifying. On the Eternal's side, Marquis Wui's expression changed. Ever since Marquis Green Bamboo had died, he had been on tenterhooks. He could not understand how Marquis Green Bamboo had died, but now he knew that such a terrifying progenitor's power had appeared on the fifth mainland. This was no ordinary progenitor, and even the mind web that had covered the fifth mainland 20 years ago could not compare to it. This power was filled with tyranny and killing intent, as well as a will that could replace everything. Marquis Wui leaped out in an attempt to escape as he had to. This power had covered the entire Eternals, and it was obvious that it wanted to destroy them. Lu Yin had a strange feeling at this moment. He could see Marquis Wui fleeing, but it also felt like Marquis Wui was fleeing like an ant within his Sirius. Lu Yin directly crushed the stars, and just like Marquis Green Bamboo, he devoured Marquis Wui, leaving nothing behind. One of the 12 Marquises, a powerful half-progenitor of the Eternals, had died just like Marquis Green Bamboo. Leng Qing saw it, Wang Si saw it, and even that unfamiliar half-progenitor woman saw it. Marquis Wui, who had been fighting with them, had died just like that, leaving nothing behind. Senior, please grant us an audience. Leng Qing bowed respectfully towards the void. She did not know who this person was, nor did she know which era he was from, but he had such terrifying power. Regardless of whether it was the era of the Above Heavens sect or the current era, this person was worthy of being addressed as a senior. Senior, please grant us an audience. The half-progenitor woman bowed respectfully. Wang Si also bowed respectfully. Senior, please grant us an audience. Lu Yin coldly glanced at Wang Si. He would settle this debt with her very soon. As he thought about it, he looked towards the countless Eternals. He raised his foot and crushed the stars once again. This time the fifth mainland would no longer have the Neo-Human Alliance and the Eternals. The resplendent light brought about the disappearance of countless lives. Under the shocked gazes of Leng Qing and the others, the Eternals that had been in a stalemate with them for 20 years disappeared completely from the western region of the Innerverse. The Neo-Human Alliance that had dominated the fifth mainland for countless years had also disappeared. Far away in the outerverse, Lu Bujing and the others did not know what had happened in the Innerverse. They could only stare at Lu Yin in disbelief as they felt the boundless power of a progenitor. The stronger someone was, the more they could sense how terrifying this power was. Hen Xian and the others had interacted with the blood progenitor before, so they could easily determine that the blood progenitor's strength was far inferior to Lu Yin's. This was not something that an ordinary progenitor could possess. After dealing with the Eternals outside the front lines, Lu Yin looked towards the entrance to the Starfall Sea. It was time to free the blood progenitor. 20 years ago, the corpse god had paid the price of an arm in an attempt to seize the main hall. However, the main hall had vanished through space-time, causing the corpse god to grab onto nothing. However, the corpse god was unwilling to give up just like that. An arm was enough to destroy all of the fifth mainland's half-progenitor powerhouses. Even with the tugging of the mind net, it was still possible. The mind net was the Hui ancestor's power. So how could the Hui ancestor resist the corpse god? The corpse god wanted to destroy the fifth mainland's strength so that the Eternals could easily occupy it. It was at that moment that the blood progenitor stepped forward, risking his inner world to forcefully resist the corpse god's arm. He then used the mind net to sever the corpse god's arm and used his body to block the opening to the Starfall Sea. That was a tragic moment for a progenitor. Although the blood progenitor was not a powerful progenitor, the entire fifth mainland and sixth mainland remembered him. If there was history, he would no longer be the blood progenitor, but a great powerhouse who had fought to the death for humanity. This was despite the fact that he belonged to the sixth mainland. Now, the blood progenitor had used his body to block the opening to the Starfall Sea and endured the torment of the Eternals outside. He had bought humanity 20 years and prevented the Eternals from sending any more reinforcements. Even if the battle on the other side of the astral tree domain had ceased and the Eternals could transfer reinforcements, they would not be able to bypass the blood progenitor's body. The corpse god and the other 7 sky gods were far stronger than the blood progenitor and could easily break through the blood progenitor's body. However, once they did, the sky supporting pillar would expand and directly block the opening. The blood progenitor himself could not turn back, nor could he retreat. If he did, the corpse god would be able to block the opening with his arm again, and all his previous efforts would be in vain. Marquis Wui and the other Eternals had been trying to find a way to bring the blood progenitor's body back from the fifth mainland. Leng Qing and the others had been standing guard here, preventing them from doing so. This was why this place had become the front line of the war. The cultivators of the fifth mainland and sixth mainland wanted to bring the blood progenitor back, but they were unable to do so. The Eternals also wanted to bring the blood progenitor back, but they were prevented from doing so. The blood progenitor had used his body to block the opening. Chapter 2107. There was no lack of such people in human history, but Lu Yin had never expected that the next person to shock him would be the blood ancestor. No matter what, Lu Yin had seen everything that the blood ancestor had done for humanity. Now was the time to free him. At the entrance to the Starfall Sea, the stars flickered as Lu Yin used Sirius to stall the blood ancestor. Senior, it's time to go home. The blood ancestor was already on the verge of death, his body rotting and blood flowing everywhere. He was half-conscious, but when he heard Lu Yin's words he suddenly woke up. No, the corpse god is watching. Leave it to me, Lu Yin said as he dragged the blood ancestor back. At the same time, a pair of giant scarlet eyes appeared outside the Starfall Sea, staring at the fifth mainland through the entrance. The blood-red eyes were filled with an extremely cold and bloodthirsty aura. This was the corpse god, the terrifying powerhouse who had scared away the ancestral tortoise with a single glance. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he activated Star Explosion. The corpse god reached out to block the opening that the blood ancestor had left behind, but suddenly the star exploded and a powerful force forced the corpse god's hand back. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This wasn't enough. Continue. Star Explosion. Star Explosion. Multiple stars exploded and the corpse god's hand cracked, forcing it to retreat. At that moment, the sky-supporting pillar expanded and blocked the entrance to the Starfall Sea. The entire process didn't take long, but it changed the situation of the fifth mainland. Ever since that liquid had appeared 20 years ago and devoured the astral origin universe, humanity had been fighting with the everlasting tribe. If not for the ancient powerhouses that had appeared, humanity would have fallen long ago. Even so, even with the sky-supporting pillar blocking the entrance to the Starfall Sea, the everlasting tribe still couldn't escape. Lu Yin had finally exterminated the everlasting tribe in the fifth mainland and sealed the gap between the fifth mainland and the everlasting tribe, bringing safety to the fifth mainland. In outer space, the blood ancestor's body swayed. His injuries had been too severe and his inner world had been destroyed as well. He had fallen from the progenitor realm, and even if he recovered from his injuries, he wouldn't be able to return to his former strength. He looked at the gap in the Starfall Sea and sighed. It had finally been sealed. Was that voice Lu Yin? Senior blood ancestor? Leng Qing and the others arrived, shocked. The blood ancestor looked back and his face paled. It's been hard on you all these years. Leng Qing had remained on the front lines ever since she had returned from the main hall. Wang Si and the others could take turns, including Hen Xian and Lu Bujing. However, Leng Qing had never retreated, and she had no interest in establishing the sky. Senior, which expert blocked the gap? She was and she came from the fifth mainland. She was the sect master of the Jade Kettle Heavenly Gate. Although she was the sect master of the Heavenly Gate, her mind was not focused on establishing the Heavenly Gate. When it was not her turn to go to the front lines, no one knew what she was doing. Wang Si had also arrived. Her inner world had once been destroyed, but after so many years, even though her inner world had yet to fully recover, her strength had barely reached the level of a half-martial ancestor. The blood ancestor didn't know how to answer Leng Qing's question. That voice was indeed Lu Yin's, but how could Lu Yin be so strong? Although he had blocked the gap with his body and was half awake, he still knew that only 20 years had passed. Suddenly, the blood ancestor's expression changed. Let's go to the Outerverse Solar System sect. Senior, what about this place? Hesitated. The blood ancestor replied, there's no need for us. The Eternals' front lines have all been wiped out, and even if there are some who manage to escape, there's no need for a half-ancestor to act. Let the people below deal with them. The expert who blocked the gap in the Starfall Sea is currently in the Above Heaven sect. Leng Qing's eyes burned with passion. Then you should hurry up and pay your respects. Back in the solar system on Earth atop Mount Tai, Hen Xian and the rest stared at Lu Yin in shock. That progenitor's boundless strength terrified them. How could an envoy release such terrifying strength? They weren't the only ones. Within the solar system, Kuei Luo and I Huang and the other half-ancestors also sensed it. They all looked at Mount Tai. Where did this strength come from? Could one of the 6 sect masters on Mount Tai have broken through to the progenitor realm? When the blood ancestor was freed, the revolving stars around Lu Yin's body disappeared, and he cancelled his connection with the Sirius stars. He retracted his gaze and looked at Hen Xian and the rest. Do I qualify to be this era's navigator? Was that serious art? Elder Chan was shocked. Lu Yin replied, that's right. Although I haven't reached the progenitor realm, I received a gift from progenitor Qin and possess his strength. Lu Bujing was stunned. When they had first arrived in this era, they hadn't understood progenitor Qin and the others. Now they clearly understood that this era had produced many geniuses, and progenitor Qin had dominated 2 mountains and 1 ocean. He was a genius amongst geniuses, and even in the Above Heavens era progenitor Qin wouldn't be weak. The 9 mountains and 8 seas wouldn't lower the inheritance test because of time, And Progenitor Chen's ability to dominate 2 mountains and 1 ocean was proof of his strength. Lu Yin could use Progenitor Chen's strength, which meant that he was invincible in this era. You can use the strength of a progenitor as an envoy? That's impossible, not even in our era. Xianxia couldn't believe it. Lu Yin didn't reply and simply stood there quietly. These people looked down on this era from the bottom of their hearts. Even if this era had produced geniuses like Progenitor Qin and the Talisman Progenitor, it couldn't change their arrogance from the Above Heavens era. After all, the Above Heavens era had the 9 mountains and 8 seas, the 3 realms and the 6 Daos. It was undeniable that the Above Heavens era was a golden age that humanity couldn't surpass. But that didn't mean that humanity couldn't reach the same level of glory. The 5th mainland no longer had any Eternals, and with Progenitor Chen's strength, it was under Lu Yin's control, allowing him to develop in peace. He had too many plans to complete, too many things to do, and too many secrets to unravel. Now he finally had the confidence to do so. The Lady of Fate looked at Lu Yin with a strange glint in her eyes. With Progenitor Chen's power level and the Progenitor's sword, you're not just walking on behalf of the Pathmaster, but also the Progenitor. You're truly walking on behalf of the heavens. Congratulations, Daoist. Lu Bujing smiled. No wonder he had dared to make things difficult for Xianxia and Zhu Yi. With such strength, who could be his opponent? At this time, the blood progenitor Leng Qingkai and Wuxia arrived. The front lines already had a source box array that led directly to the solar system. After arriving in the solar system, they headed straight for Earth's Mount Tai. And Huang and the others saw this and thought for a moment before rushing over as well. Soon, 16 half-ancestors had gathered on the tiny mountain. Elder Gong, Qingping and a few other half-ancestors were not present, but the rest of the half-ancestors did. Under the shocked gazes of the half-ancestors, the blood progenitor faced Lu Yin and treated him as an equal. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Xiaji looked at Lu Yin as if he had seen a ghost. What was the meaning of this? He looked at Xianxia and the others and his heart sank. It couldn't be. Could that progenitor's strength have come from Lu Yin? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such a thing happen? This brat was clearly a third tribulation origin emissary. Kuei Luo looked at Lu Yin with a strange expression. How could such a thing happen? Leng Qing and the others who had followed the blood progenitor here were also in disbelief. This was because they had sensed progenitor's strength and had even seen Marquis Qingzhu and Marquis Wui die to that strength. However, they had never imagined that it had come from Lu Yin. This was unrealistic and it felt like their worldview had been shattered. Wang Si was the most unwilling to accept this fact. If Lu Yin had such strength, what would she do? Lu Yin smiled. Senior, how does it feel to be home? The blood progenitor sighed. I thought that I would die there, but fortunately, Mr. Lu. Thank you again. Lu Yin shook his head and looked at the blood progenitor with respect. Senior, you blocked the gap with your body for the sake of humanity and protected the 5th mainland with your life. This junior admires your spirit. In the future you can just call me Lu Yin or Little Seven. Lu Yin was biased against the 6th mainland, and everyone in the 5th mainland was biased against the 6th mainland's cultivators. However, they only admired the blood progenitor. Not every progenitor could do such a thing. For example, Xian and the others had constantly set up source box arrays in the solar system so that they could escape when they could no longer hold on. However, the blood progenitor had been willing to die to deal with the Eternals. Even an astral beast was worthy of respect, let alone someone from the 6th mainland. Alright, calling you Mr. Lu is indeed strange. So, Little Seven, what do you plan to do next? The blood progenitor did not decline, as his status gave him the right to address Lu Yin as such. Lu Yin replied, I'll still rebuild the sect above heaven and release the 5th pagoda to teach and pass down human civilization. At the same time, I'll develop the 5th mainland in preparation to deal with the Eternals. It's time for humanity to unite. Xianxia's eyes flashed. If they united at this time, Lu Yin would have complete control. Unless he could break through the progenitor realm, the 5th mainland's history would be rewritten. I'm old and there are many things that I can't do. If there's anything you want to do, then do it. My injuries are too important and I need to go into seclusion to recover. The blood progenitor then looked at Zhou Yao. All members of the 6th mainland, let go of past grievances. From today onwards, fully cooperate with Lu Yin. Zhou Yao respectfully replied, This junior obeys. Lan Xian bowed as well. This junior obeys. Now that the blood progenitor had resolved the sixth mainland's hidden danger, Lu Yin knew that the sixth mainland would no longer be an obstacle to him. Even if someone wanted to become an obstacle, they would need to have the strength to do so. The blood progenitor spoke a few more words before leaving as he had achieved his goal. Lu Yin looked at the other half-progenitors before finally looking at Leng Qing. Senior, you were once the leader of the Elysium Gate. Are you willing to continue? Leng Qing nodded. She was no stranger to Lu Yin as she had gone straight to the main hall after waking up. They had interacted while traveling through spacetime and they had gotten to know each other. Of course, there had been some disputes over the progenitor's sword, but Lu Yin still respected Leng Qing's character. The Eternals have already been exterminated. Since the 12 Elysium Gates have been rebuilt, I naturally cannot shirk my responsibility. Me too, Ke said. When she saw Lu Yin's confusion, she hurriedly added, I was also one of the leaders of the 12 Elysium Gates during the Above Sky sect era. Lu Yin nodded. If that's the case, then of course. He did not know what the 12 Elysium Gates' purpose had been during the Above Sky sect era, but in this era, the way he saw it, the 12 Elysium Gates' purpose was to protect the development of the human race. As long as a progenitor did not appear, the 12 Elysium Gates would be invincible. Leader Henexen, you're still the leader of the three ultimates. What do you think? Lu Yin looked at Henexen, but there was no joy in his voice. Thank you. Missing Link, thank you for your support, brother. I'll give you more chapters. Brothers, thank you for your support. Chapter 2108. Henshin took a deep breath. He was the sect master of the three ultimates, and he didn't need anyone's recognition. He had earned this position with his own strength. However, Lu Yin's words were forcing him to express his stance. If he agreed, it would be the same as acknowledging Lu Yin's authority as a representative of the heavens. If he didn't agree, he would no longer be the sect master. This wasn't the era of the above heaven, and the stronger the sect masters were, the better. However, if Henshin didn't agree, he would be stripped of his position and replaced by someone else. There were only so many half-ancestors in the human domain, and there were no external enemies. It didn't matter who became the sect master. All right. Henshin agreed in the end. His greatest strength was his ability to recognize the situation. The reason he had controlled the Aurora Corporation was because he could see the changes that microarray technology would bring to the future. Now he could see Lu Yin's influence on the current era. If he didn't agree, he would be a nobody in this era. Lu Yin was satisfied. He didn't have much of a grudge against Henshin, and this person wasn't his enemy. They just had different standpoints, and there would definitely be conflicts in the future. He then looked at Juri. What about you? Juri frowned. He was different from Henshin. Once he acknowledged Lu Yin, not only would he lose his authority in the above heaven, but he would also lose his status as the death god's successor. He finally understood why Lu Yin had caused trouble for him. Lu Yin had displayed progenitor Chen's decisive power, so Juri had no choice but to agree. Lu Yin glanced at the 9 luminaries. The 9 luminaries bowed slowly. Even a half-ancestor had to respect Lu Yin. Power determined everything. It seems like no one has any objections to this junior representing the heavens. Since that's the case, this junior is now officially a Daoist of the above heaven sect. At the same time, Lu Yin glanced at all the half-ancestors and raised his sword. I have the authority to represent the primogenitors in this world. Henshin exhaled. Lu Yin's words were a showdown. In the future, Lu Yin would have the authority to make decisions in the above heaven sect. Lock up Ni Huang, Xia Da, Old Whitehead, Wang Si and Xia Ji, Lu Yin said after confirming his status. Everyone was shocked. Was he going to capture 5 half-ancestors at once? Ni Huang's expression changed as she hadn't expected Lu Yin to be so crazy. How many half-ancestors did humans have? Lu Yin, are you trying to avenge your personal grudge? Wang Si barked. Lu Yin glanced at them coldly. Everyone, please behave yourselves. Otherwise, I don't know when you'll ambush me. Daozi, the 5 half-ancestors didn't do anything to betray the human race. It's not appropriate to directly capture them, Henexen said. These 5 were all from the 3 Ultimates Heavenly Gate, and he knew that Ni Huang and the others were not on good terms with Lu Yin. However, he had not expected Lu Yin to directly capture them. Do you mean that it's fine as long as they threaten my safety? He had never believed that she would actually listen to him just because she had acknowledged him. It was unrealistic. If it's a threat to Daozi's safety, of course we can't let it go. Fate Maiden looked at Enai Huang and the others. Enai Huang and the others exchanged glances and prepared to strike. They would not allow themselves to be trampled on. However, before they could even make a move, the Blood Ancestor had already subdued them. Although the Blood Ancestor was unable to regain the strength of an ancestor, his strength had already surpassed that of a half-martial ancestor. He should be somewhere between the half-martial ancestor and the ancestor realm. With his sudden attack coupled with Lu Bujing, Elder Chan and the others, there was no way Enai Huang and the others could escape. Lu Yin, Progenitor Chen is a member of my Xia family. You've obtained Progenitor Chen's power, but you've turned against my Xia family. You will suffer retribution. Xiaji roared. Lu Yin ignored them and instead said to the Blood Ancestor, "Thank you, Senior." When the Blood Ancestor had been about to leave, Lu Yin had sent him a transmission to ask for his help in dealing with Enai Huang and the others. It was precisely because of this that the Blood Ancestor had suddenly launched a sneak attack. Enai Huang and the others had not been able to react in time and had been injured. Otherwise, unless Lu Yin had used Progenitor Chen's power, Earth would have been destroyed even if he had managed to capture them. The Blood Ancestor smiled. "It's a small matter. I'm really leaving this time and I'll help you lock these fellows up." "Thank you, Senior." Lu Yin was once again grateful. "Try to treat them well. After all, they've contributed to the human race over the past 20 years. The Blood Ancestor transmitted before he left. This was not something that could be said openly. Lu Yin understood. Hen Exin looked at Lu Yin deeply. This person's thoughts were profound and he was indeed someone who manipulated power in this era. He had not expected the Blood Ancestor to stay behind and launch a sneak attack. Daozi losing 5 half-martial ancestors in one go is a huge blow to the human domain. Lu Yin did not mind. They didn't belong here in the first place. They came here to deal with me. Don't you know that? Hen Xian did not say anything else. Lu Yin had just taken power and the situation was still unclear. He did not believe that Lu Yin would kill Enai Huang and the others. Even if Lu Yin wanted to, Lu Bujing and the others would not agree to it. After all, they were half-martial ancestors. This Tianmen convention ended quickly, and it was confirmed that the next Tianmen convention would be held in 1 year instead of 5 years. The next Tianmen convention would also be the 4th one, as it was considered a continuation of this one. Lu Yin had dealt with the Eternals and imprisoned 5 half-martial ancestors, which had brought about a huge change to the human domain structure. Many of the things that had been discussed before the Tianmen convention were now null and void. This 1 year was just a buffer, and the real Tianmen convention would be held in a year's time. This year was also an opportunity for Lu Yin to resolve some matters for himself. On the ancestral tortoise's back, Lu Yin stared at the enormous above heaven sect. No one knew what he was thinking. Elder Chan walked out. The threat of the Eternals has been dealt with, so the above heaven sect doesn't necessarily have to be here. Although I don't understand the real above heaven sect, I presume that it would be much more glorious than this one. Lu Yin replied, "Yes, I've seen it before." Elder Chan was astonished. "You've seen the real above heaven sect? Right, when you traveled through space-time." Lu Yin nodded and looked in the direction of the inner verse. Without the sky pillar, the above heaven sect is no longer there. One day, when the sky pillar at the entrance of the Starfall Sea is retrieved, the above heaven sect will truly appear. I can only count on you. I believe that you can do it. Elder Chan sighed. Lu Yin looked at him. "Senior, how much do you know about the Lu family?" Elder Chan was puzzled. "Why do you ask?" Lu Yin replied, "Since Senior's 3 sons' ancestor was angered by the Lu family, why did you have a grudge against me because of my status in the Lu family? Was it because the Lu family gave up on the 5th mainland? Did they move the mother tree away?" Elder Chan looked at the above heaven sect that was still under construction. "How much do you know?" "I saw some things when I traveled through spacetime, but I didn't pay much attention to them. Now that I've seen Senior, I've figured out some things." "What things?" Elder Chan was curious. Lu Yin thought about it. "The process of the Lu family giving up on the 5th mainland." Elder Chan's eyes widened. "You saw it too?" Lu Yin and Elder Chan exchanged glances. There was also a youth. Elder Chan was stunned and then laughed. "That's right, that youth was me. You should have seen two other people besides me. More accurately, one was a human and the other an ancient god, Lu Yin answered. Elder Chan had a complicated expression. Yes, an ancient god and a direct descendant of the Lu family. Since you guessed that the youth was me, then you should understand why I had a grudge against you from the start. The Lu family is responsible and willing to take on the responsibility of resisting the Eternals, even if it means being cursed by the Fifth Mainland. But at the same time, he paused and stared at Lu Yin. The Lu family also has a traitor. Every large family has more than one direct descendant, and the Lu family is the same. I didn't know which side you belonged to at first, especially when you united the inner verse and outer verse and displayed great ambition. From what I can see, this ambition is different from that of a pure Lu family member. Although the Lu family controls the Fifth Mainland, they rely on their strength and not their methods. So Senior suspects that I'm related to the Lu family's traitor? Lu Yin asked. Elder Chan did not deny it. The four-way scales exiled the Lu family, but you went to the Fifth Mainland. Why? How could the four-way scales let you go? Your existence might cause chaos in the cosmic tree realm, which is a good thing for the Eternals. That makes it even more likely that you're a descendant of the Lu family's traitor. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Yes, I'm not like a pure Lu family member who's good at playing tricks. My existence might cause internal strife, so what am I if not a traitor? Elder Chan sighed. Of course, these are all just suspicions. When you took over the war against the astral beast domain, these suspicions diminished. If you really were a traitor, then there would be no need for you to do such a thing. I support you not only because you care about humanity, but also because traitors would never do such a thing. Lu Yin understood. Senior, have you never suspected that I might have taken over the war against the astral beast domain just for you to see? I did, but everything is under control. So what if you unify the inner verse and outer verse? So what if you unify the Neoverse? I'm confident that I can suppress everything. Lu Yin nodded. 3 Yang's ancestral qi. With Senior's strength, you can fight against the 12 Elysium sect masters from the above heavens era. Suppressing me would be easy. That was in the past, but it can't be suppressed now. Elder Chan smiled bitterly. If you really are a descendant of the Lu family's traitor and have reached this point, then this is the fate of humanity. No one can stop it. Lu Yin smiled. But I'm not a traitor. Elder Chan laughed. That's why it's a blessing for humanity, huh? What's so funny? Kuei Luo came over curiously. Lu Yin replied, Elder Chan is telling me a joke. Kuei Luo was puzzled and looked at Lu Yin with disdain. You're too old to tell jokes. Don't laugh until you lose your teeth. Elder Chan glared at Kuei Luo. Watch your words. Don't get slapped one day. Kuei Luo sneered. The one who can slap me hasn't been born yet. It looks like you want to test my 3 Yang's ancestral qi. Old thing, I think you're getting ahead of yourself. Lu Yin smiled as he watched the two bicker. With the threat of the Eternals removed, Elder Chan was in a particularly good mood and seemed to be in high spirits. Senior, if the new void corridor is reconnected, you might be able to attempt to break through. Elder Chan was stunned and his eyes lit up. That's right, I'll try. I've had too many things to worry about in the past, but I've left them all to you. It's time for me to do my own things. Kuei Luo raised his head. Compete? This old man will definitely break through before you. Chapter 2109. Elder Chan was disdainful. I'd rather believe that Lu Kid broke through before me. He then looked at Lu Yin strangely. You can't really be faster than us, right? Lu Yin rolled his eyes. I'm not that fast. If anyone's faster, it should be senior brother Qing Ping. Elder Chan sighed. Yes, Qing Ping will be very fast. Kuei Luo grinned. Where did this monster come from? An emissary can fight a half-ancestor alone. When he becomes a half-ancestor, Xianxia and the others might not be his match. Definitely not. Lu Yin was certain. Although Xianxia and the other leaders of the 12 Elysian Gates were powerful and were peak half-ancestors, Lu Yin was confident that he could fight them when he became a half-ancestor. No, he didn't even need to become a half-ancestor to be able to fight them. Senior brother Qing Ping's talent was not below his own, and he had also been acknowledged by Mr. Mu. Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing how strong Qing Ping would become once he became a half-ancestor. Unfortunately, the astral source universe had been devoured, so it was impossible for senior brother Qing Ping to become a half-ancestor. Elder Chan left. But before he left, he told Lu Yin that the 4 cauldrons had been placed in the above heaven sect. Lu Yin was delighted as he was only 4 cauldrons away from completing the 9 yang cauldron transformation. He had wanted to search for more cauldrons, but he hadn't expected to find all of them. "Where's Lan Xian? Is she here?" Lu Yin asked Kuei Luo. He had asked Kuei Luo to bring Lan Xian here before meeting with Elder Chan. Kuei Luo cackled. "He's here. I personally went to invite her. That old brat 9 luminaries wouldn't dare refuse." He then winked at Lu Yin. "You've really taken a fancy to that girl? You have good taste. Although she's older than you, cultivators don't care about age. She's full of life. Don't think too much. I just have some things to discuss with her." Lu Yin chased Kuei Luo away as Lan Xian walked over from a distance. She looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. She hadn't met Lu Yin many times, but she had always been shocked. This time was even more terrifying. He was clearly an emissary whose power level was inferior to hers, but he had leaped above her. She suddenly felt a little guilty. Lu Yin looked at Lan Xian and calmly said, "Hand over my blood." Lan Xian was confused. "What blood?" Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stared at her. "The blood on the pillar in the main hall." Lan Xian shook her head. "I didn't take it." Lu Yin frowned. "I've already captured all 5 of Ni Huang's half-progenitors, so I have nothing to worry about. So what if there's one less half-progenitor? To be frank, the 5th mainland can do without any of you, as I alone can suppress it. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over my blood." Lan Xian stared at Lu Yin and she did not doubt his determination. "I can't. I'll use it." Lu Yin was confused. "What do you mean?" He had always been curious as to why Lan Xian had been eyeing his blood. Not only his but also Chu Yuan's and Hulua Mavis's blood. What exactly was this woman planning? Even the 9 luminaries didn't seem to know about it. Lan Xian muttered to herself for a moment and then clenched her teeth. "I did. I've been trying to extract the blood of powerhouses for a long time now because there are too many family inheritances that require blood to pass down their power. You should know that some people don't easily give birth to children, because the higher their cultivation, the more powerful their children's innate talents will be. They might even be born with cultivation." Lu Yin stared blankly at Lan Xian, looking into her eyes. Lan Xian calmly met his gaze, her gaze calm. "I have to say that your words are very convincing. You must have thought about it for a long time. From the first time you asked for my blood or when the 9 luminaries found out about it, this was the perfect excuse you came up with," Lu Yin said slowly. Lan Xian shook her head bitterly. "I know you don't believe me, but this is my reason. If you really don't believe me, I can swear an oath." Normally Lu Yin would believe an oath, but he did not believe Lan Xian. This woman's desire for his blood was definitely not just for research. Otherwise she would not have helped him time and time again. She would not have helped him deal with Zhu Yi after the final battle with the Eternals. She would not have made him remember her favor in such a dangerous situation in the main hall. All signs indicated that her desire for his blood far exceeded research. Lu Yin turned around and looked into the distance. "Do you know that using power to suppress a newly unified power isn't a good thing? But for me, this is what I've always done. You should know the history of my family. Killing 1 or 2 half-ancestors isn't a problem, and even if the blood ancestor asks, I have enough reason to kill you because my blood is in your hands." He then stared at Lan Xian again. "I'll give you one last chance. Speak the truth or die." Lan Xian's eyes flashed. "That's exactly what I'm saying." Just as she finished speaking, Lu Yin took a step forward, his eyes bursting with boundless killing intent. Lan Xian had helped him before, but this matter was related to his blood and it was not a game. If she could not make him believe her, then she would die. Lan Xian paused mid-sentence and looked at Lu Yin in shock. He would really attack without caring about anyone else, and in this era, no one could stop him from killing her. He was the only existence with progenitor strength, and he had even killed 2 of the Eternal's 12 marquises. Lu Yin's heart raced and his killing intent flourished. He was really ready to attack. "I can return the blood to you," Lan Xian hurriedly said. Lu Yin raised his head. "No use. No use." Lan Xian gritted her teeth. Her face was pale, and the veil that covered her face had fallen off, revealing her beautiful face and the antique Xianxia in her arms. "Is it no use, or do you not have time to use it?" Lu Yin asked. Given the current situation, Lan Xian could only answer whatever Lu Yin asked. I don't have time. I'll return the blood to you, and since I've helped you so many times, we're even. Lu Yin shook his head. My blood passed through your hands, and it's been more than 10 years since you returned from the main hall. You don't have time to use it? I don't believe you, and no one knows if it will affect me. I won't take the risk. Tell me the reason or die. Lan Xian was furious. Can't I give it back to you? I swear that I've never touched it. One last chance. Lu Yin's tone was icy and his killing intent was obvious. Lan Xian was furious as she felt the pressure. Lu Yin gradually merged with the serious, and this progenitor's pressure terrified her. She did not doubt that Lu Yin had the power to instantly kill her, just like how he had instantly killed the 12 eternal marquises. Helpless, she could only say, "What if I tell you and you don't believe me? That's your problem. If you want me to believe you, then you can live. If I don't, then you can only die," Lu Yin shouted, shaking Lan Xian's mind. Lan Xian had never thought that she would encounter such a situation. She was a half-ancestor, and even if the 9 luminaries interrogated her, she could still use her previous excuses to evade him. Who could force her to tell the truth? She had not expected to run into Lu Yin. If she had known, then she would not have provoked him. Not only had she helped him so many times for nothing, but she had also lost her secret in the end. Blood refinement technique. Lan Xian weakly opened her mouth and uttered these 3 words. Lu Yin did not understand. What's this blood refinement technique? Lan Xian helplessly put her veil back on. This is something I didn't have when I was young. It's a very mystical technique that can extract some of the master's bloodline's power from blood. Lu Yin frowned. There was such a technique. No matter how he thought about it, it was too strange. He stared at Lan Xian. Believe. Not believe. We're already at this point, so I have no reason to lie to you, Lan Xian said weakly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What's the use of extracting the master's bloodline's power? In battle, it can save my life at critical moments, Lan Xian replied. Lu Yin did not believe her. I'm just a mere emissary. Even if I let you borrow the power of the general appointing platform, what's the use? Of course it's useless, but the general appointing platform isn't the only thing related to your Lu family's bloodline inheritance. Your power is incomparably great, and if I can extract this power and use it with my own strength, I can defeat opponents who far surpass me. There's also the power of Jialon from Sky Jialon's bloodline inheritance that I can use, Lan Xian said. She was afraid that Lu Yin would not believe her, so she took out a drop of blood from her cosmic ring and gritted her teeth. This was something that she had obtained from Sky Jialon after much difficulty, and even the 9 luminaries did not know about it. Look carefully. Lan Xian stared at the drop of blood in front of her and raised both hands. Her slender, snow-white fingers wrapped around the drop of blood, causing it to vaporize and reveal a blue halo. Lu Yin's pupils turned into runes as he stared at the blue halo. There was no mistaking it. It was Jialon's power. This woman had not lied to him. She really could extract power from blood. It was too strange. The blue halo only lasted for a few breaths before disappearing. Lan Xian said tiredly, the blood refinement technique isn't easy to cultivate, and it's even harder to use it. The power extracted from blood is also not fixed, so you might not be able to extract anything at all. Sky Jialon comes from the legendary Jialon family, and their bloodline inheritance is powerful. She was also a direct descendant of the above heaven era, which is why she was able to extract it. Where did you get this technique from? Lu Yin was curious. Lan Xian bitterly replied, I obtained it by accident in the Mara River. Endless Milky Way? Lu Yin was astonished. Lan Xian nodded. That's what your 5th mainland calls it. In our 6th mainland it's called the Mara River. The so-called Mara River was the waterfall that flowed upstream from the Starfall Sea, and it led from the 5th mainland to the 6th mainland. That waterfall was actually connected to the Starfall Sea, which meant that this blood refinement technique could have flowed upstream from the Starfall Sea and been obtained by Lan Xian. This was not impossible, as all sorts of strange things would appear in the Starfall Sea all year round. Some came from the 6th mainland, some came from the astral tree domain, and some even came from ancient times that had been washed away by the river. Undying Yushan and Undying Zishan had ventured into the Starfall Sea for this very reason. Every year, countless people would head there in search of treasures. Lu Yin sighed in amazement. There are too many strange techniques in the universe. Your blood refinement technique is very mystical. Lan Xian looked at Lu Yin. You don't need to learn it. Your Lu family's inheritance is the best, and the power of other people's bloodlines won't be of much help to you. That's true, but it might be useful in the future, Lu Yin said. His meaning was clear. He had taken a liking to this blood refinement technique. Lan Xian shook her head. I can teach you if you want, but you really won't need it. Lu Yin stopped fusing with Sirius Chen's power and looked at Lan Xian. Is my blood really that tempting to you? It's enough to make you help me time and time again, even at the risk of being seen through by the 9 lights. That explanation just now was a little forced. Chapter 21:10. Seeing that Lu Yin didn't believe her, Lan Xian could only explain. Once the blood refinement technique is cultivated to great success, you can swap out your own blood. Lu Yin was shocked, as this was Lan Xian's main goal. No matter how powerful the Lu family's blood was, it wasn't worth it for her to go to such lengths. However, if she could swap out her own blood with the Lu family's, she might be able to obtain the enlightened general platform innate gift, which was the greatest attraction to her. Not only that, but if I change my blood, I'll be reborn and I can attempt to break through the 3 stages again. It won't be as difficult as breaking through the 3 stages as an enlighter, which means that as a half-ancestor, breaking through the 3 stages will be easy, Lan Xian explained. Since she had already said this much, she might as well tell him everything. Since Lu Yin wanted to learn the blood refinement technique, she would increase its value, which would increase her own value. Lan Xian had succeeded and Lu Yin was now very tempted. It wasn't that he wanted to change his blood, but rather that this technique could help some people. In the future, this technique might even come in handy. There were many times when Lu Yin liked to be prepared when doing things, and this technique could be used as a form of preparation. One day later, Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked at his hands. He now knew how to cultivate the blood refinement technique, but just as Lan Xian had said, it wasn't easy to cultivate and required time. Coincidentally, time was exactly what he didn't lack. However, now wasn't the time to cultivate, as he still needed to slowly refine the 4 cauldrons. There were some people he needed to meet. Silver grinned as he walked over, his signature foxy smile sinister no matter how one looked at it. Sometimes I really want to beat you up until you cry, Lu Yin said indifferently. Silver shrugged. Captain, I'm one of your people. You don't have to be so heartless. Lu Yin looked at him. I'll give you a chance to tell me what I want to know, or you won't get another chance. He now had the confidence to say this to anyone. Silver's eyes widened and he met Lu Yin's gaze. His eyes were still smiling, but there was a bone-chilling coldness hidden within. Captain, have you heard of bone grafters? Lu Yin frowned, as this was another name he hadn't heard of. As one's cultivation and status increased, one's knowledge would increase as well. Before this, Elder Chan couldn't have told Lu Yin about the meeting between the Lu family's direct descendant and the ancient god. Lan Xian couldn't have told him about the blood refinement technique, and Silver couldn't have told him about bone grafters. People can only rely on themselves. The higher they go, the further they can see. Speak clearly, Lu Yin said. Silver scratched his head. Bone grafters are a tribe that has been extinct for a long time. I'm the last bone grafter. Our tribe is very special. We can continuously replace our bones and use the bones of powerhouses to regenerate our bodies. Lu Yin was shocked. There was such a thing? No matter what kind of creature it is, they cultivate from the outside to the inside, from the weak to the strong. But we're different. We choose the bones of the strong from the beginning and choose suitable ones to change into. How should I put it? It's like changing clothes and changing into the bones of the strong. We'll become stronger because of the bones. As for the body, it doesn't matter if it's meaningful or not, Silver said with a smile. Lu Yin quietly listened to him as he learned about a strange race. Before I met Captain, I was already a hunter. At the same time, I had also selected the skeleton of a half-ancestor from the Daoist sex era. During the struggle for the Star Tower in the Mountain and Sea Realm, I switched to that skeleton, but it seems that I still can't keep up with Captain's rate of improvement. Thus, I can only keep changing my skeleton, Silver explained. Because the bones I replaced all belong to the Spectre race, it is only natural that I am also a member of the Spectre race. However, I am different from the other Spectre race members. I don't have a sense of belonging. Lu Yin looked at Silver deeply. That's why you were able to betray the Neo-Human Alliance, the Spectre race and Jue without hesitation. It's because you can be a Spectre race member, but you can also be a member of another race. Silver smiled. That's right. Perhaps one day I'll discover the skeleton of a powerhouse from the Lu family. At that time Captain and I will be from the same clan. Lu Yin suddenly reached out and grabbed Silver's neck. He exerted force and with a crack Silver's neck was broken. His head tilted to one side and hung from his neck like a piece of dead meat. Silver's gaze was sluggish and there was no color in his eyes. Only the smile remained on his face. However, in his current state, that smile became more and more horrifying, as if it was the smile of a dead person. Lu Yin pulled his hand back and looked at Silver. Silver's neck moved and his arm moved. He then raised his hand to straighten his head and with a crack he reattached it. His smile became even more brilliant. Do you believe me now, Captain? Not only had Lu Yin broken Silver's neck, but he had also used his tyrannical strength to destroy all of Silver's meridians. A normal cultivator would have been crippled, but Silver didn't seem to feel anything. His body was like a piece of clothing. I really do want to kill you, Lu Yin said calmly. Silver sighed. I know that when others find out that I'm a bone grafter, their first reaction is to exterminate me. It's not your fault, Captain. This is the fate of our clan. Lu Yin deeply felt how terrifying bone grafters were. They could rely on the bones of dead people to grow and cultivate, which was extremely terrifying. A normal cultivator would be fine, but if they had the bones of a half-ancestor like Silver, they could directly fight against Chu Yuan and the other Dao disciples. If Silver obtained the bones of a progenitor or even the bones of extreme powerhouses from the 3 realms and 6 Daos, he could directly create an absolute powerhouse. Captain, actually, outsiders have misunderstood us. We can rely on our bones to become stronger, but when have we ever been able to obtain the bones of those extremely strong experts? The bones of the ancestor realm are not something that we can touch. Outsiders think too deeply of us. Silver was somewhat helpless and also somewhat aggrieved. Lu Yin sneered. Ever since we met on Earth, you've changed the most. I've been on the brink of death several times to reach my current accomplishments, but you only need a skeleton. But a skeleton is the rarest, isn't it? The skeleton I'm using now is the strongest I can get. Even so, it takes a lot of effort to use it. Even if you gave me a progenitor's skeleton, I wouldn't be able to use it, Silver said. Lu Yin understood why this so-called bone grafter clan had been exterminated. It wasn't just because of the way they cultivated but also because of their identity. Silver had become a member of the Spectre clan by using the bones of a powerhouse from the Spectre clan. Then wouldn't Lu Yin become a member of the Lu family if he used the bones of a powerhouse from the Lu family? Although he didn't have the Lu family's bloodline, his bones were still considered. He suddenly found it funny. Lan Xian knew about the blood refinement technique and Silver knew about bone grafters. Blood and bones were both complete. Wait, this blood refinement technique is so compatible with bone grafters. Could they be a complete set? Lu Yin looked at Silver strangely. His gaze made Silver feel uncomfortable, as he had always been the only one who felt uncomfortable when looking at others. What do you plan to do with me, Captain? Silver asked, maintaining his smile. Lu Yin looked at him. What do you want me to do with you? Silver replied, there's something I've always forgotten to tell you. Actually, back in the Eternal Kingdom, the witch spirit god had originally planned to transform you into a corpse king, but I suggested that you become a specter first. Otherwise, the order will change. Lu Yin was astonished. Was there such a thing? When you absorbed too much death energy, your eyes didn't change like ours. I also asked the witch spirit god to remove his suspicions about you and told you that we were going to progenitor Chen's tomb. Otherwise, how would you have left the Eternal Kingdom? Silver beamed. Lu Yin smiled. So you're saying that I owe you a favor? Silver replied, I just want to tell you that we have never been enemies. We weren't enemies in the past and we won't be in the future. Lu Yin waved for Silver to leave. Silver was a threat and Lu Yin did not believe his words. Whether or not they were enemies would depend on the situation in the future. However, even if they were enemies, Lu Yin did not care. Silver had the unique innate gift of being a bone grafter, while Lu Xiaoge was a scheming person. There was also a genius like Chu Yuan. Life would be too boring without some opponents. For the time being, Lu Yin did not plan to touch these people. Since the birth of humanity, there had been all kinds of people. No matter what these people were like, they were still humans. As long as there was no great enmity between them, Lu Yin did not want to kill them. However, if necessary, he would not hesitate to act. For example, he would not let people like Wang Xi and Xiaji off. Even if they were progenitors, he would not let them off, let alone half-ancestors. Not long after, the wireless goo started moving. The other end came from Elder Gong. Your strength comes from the serious art. Elder Gong sounded very certain. Lu Yin did not deny it. That's right. In the Neoverse, Elder Gong was excited. As expected, Progenitor Qin left behind a power that is not inferior to the symbol progenitors. It really is the serious art. It's that diagram. How is your cultivation of the serious art progressing? Lu Yin answered honestly, it has reached the peak of the 5th level and I'm currently cultivating the 6th level. Cultivate as soon as possible. The higher your cultivation realm, the better you will be able to use the power that Progenitor Qin left behind. With Progenitor Chen's unparalleled battle prowess, this power should be enough to ensure the safety of the 5th mainland. Lu Yin replied, I understand. If there's nothing else, I still need to meet someone. Wait, Elder Gong hurriedly replied. When can you return the diagram to the serious sect? Also, you haven't used up all of the power that Progenitor Qin left behind, have you? Elder Gong did not know what kind of power Progenitor Qin had left behind, but no matter what kind of power it was, there would always be a time when it would be used up. For example, the symbol Progenitor's power had been used up to deal with the 6th mainland's invasion. Otherwise, not only would the mind web have appeared 20 years ago, but there would also be rune lines. Lu Yin thought about it. I don't know how much power Progenitor Qin left behind, but don't worry, Senior. I will use this power in the right way and use it to its fullest potential. As for the diagram, I might have to wait until I cultivate to a higher realm before I can retrieve it. Elder Gong sighed as this was the only way. Even when Lu Yin had been an enlighter, they had not been able to retrieve the diagram, let alone now. Do your best to ensure your own safety. I understand, Lu Yin replied and ended the call. He then took a step forward and headed for outer space. Fate's daughter had arrived. After the Tianmen convention ended, the various leaders left one after another. Lu Yin had originally planned to discuss with Lu Bujing and the others before looking for Fate's daughter to discuss the matter of Big Sis. Fate's daughter was too strange and he did not want to meet her without understanding her. However, he had not expected her to suddenly appear. Chapter 21:11. Outside Earth there was a floating meteorite in space. Fate Maiden stood on it and looked at Earth with a strange expression. Lu Yin walked out. Fate Maiden looked at Lu Yin. To an outsider she was still a white cloud, but from Lu Yin's perspective he could see her true appearance. You were looking for me, Daoist? The Lady of Fate looked at Lu Yin and spoke slowly. Lu Yin politely asked, how did you know? I'm the successor of Fate. Fate Maiden smiled. She was clearly a cute little girl, but her gaze was so deep that it was as if she could see through the world. Lu Yin stared into her eyes. Why did you choose me? Fate Maiden shook her head. It wasn't my choice. You fought for it yourself. No matter who becomes the Daoist, I will help them. And the reason? Fate's choice. What did Fate choose? The future. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. You can see the future? He wouldn't have believed it in the past, but now that he had traveled through time, there was nothing to doubt. Fate could divine a person's future and it was likely related to time. If she could see the past, then she could see the future as well. Fate Maiden shook her head. Fate can, but I can't. Lu Yin replied. Back then the Starsibyl sect did a divination and said that a great calamity would befall the human race. They asked me to protect them during that calamity. Someone called Xianxia used the mystic heavenly mirror to divine me and said that I was an inauspicious person. Anyone who follows me will not have a good ending. Who should I believe in? Fate Maiden smiled. Both results are the same. Why choose? Lu Yin was astonished. Same results? One wants me to protect them, which is equivalent to following me. The other says that I'm an inauspicious person and cannot follow me. How can the results be the same? Fate Maiden asked. What if the timing of these two outcomes is different? What do you mean? Xianxia said that you're an inauspicious person, but he didn't say that you won't be able to resolve the calamity. The Starsibyl sect wants you to protect them, but they didn't say at the beginning of the calamity, much less when you're still an inauspicious person. Lu Yin understood. You're saying that the Starsabil sect's divination results are much later than Xianxia's? Perhaps. They have their ways and I have mine. Even if fate is here, her divination methods and results may not be the same. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Then I definitely believe in fate. Destiny's daughter laughed. But I'm the one helping you right now. He looked at her seriously. I want to hear the truth. Why are you helping Daoist? The Lady of Destiny said, the results of the divination. What's the outcome? Lu Yin was curious. The Lady of Fate's expression was solemn. For the past 20 years, I have constantly divined the future of humanity. One of the results was that the ancestral sword will walk on behalf of the heavens. Lu Yin's expression changed. The meaning of this sentence is very simple. Whoever has the primogenitor's sword can walk on behalf of the heavens, and the primogenitor's sword will only appear in the hands of a Daoist, the Lady of Fate explained. Lu Yin exhaled. These people's words were getting more and more mysterious. He couldn't ask the Fate Lady to think of a way to convince him like he had with Zhou Xian. She was a Fate Lady and no matter who died she probably wouldn't die. He could use Progenitor Chen's power to kill her, but what would be the point? The Lady of Fate was helping him. Senior. Don't call me Senior. Just call me Destiny's daughter. Lu Yin nodded. Destiny's daughter, what's going on with Big Sis? This was the main reason why he had sought her out. 20 years ago, Big Sis had been captured and forcefully taken in as a disciple. The Lady of Fate had to explain this. The Lady of Fate wasn't surprised that Lu Yin would ask this. Do you know Lei Qingqing? Of course. Did you know that she often changes her appearance? It's related to her cultivation technique, Lu Yin said. This was what Heizij Lian and Big Sis had always explained to the outside world. Of course, he now knew that it had nothing to do with her cultivation technique. The Lady of Fate shook her head. It has nothing to do with her cultivation technique, but it can also be explained as a side effect of cultivating too many techniques. We call this side effect the 100 transformations. Lu Yin was shocked and blurted out, the 100 transformations netherworld? The Lady of Fate smiled. That's right. She was the 100 transformations netherworld from back then. Lu Yin was even more shocked than when he had seen the primogenitor's sword. Big Sis was the legendary 100 transformations netherworld. People of this era didn't know much about the netherworld progenitor, but what they did know was enough to know how terrifying the netherworld progenitor was. Not only was he the ancestor of the Yu family, but he was also from the same era as the Grim Reaper and Destiny. When he had visited the Yu family had said that if it weren't for the Yo word, they wouldn't have believed that the netherworld progenitor existed. The undying scripture might have come from the netherworld progenitor. Lu Yin had asked the Starsabil sect to perform a divination, but he had divined that the netherworld progenitor was Undying Yushan. Undying Yushan, the undying scripture, the Yo word, the netherworld progenitor, and the gaze that had been staring at the Yu family. All of these together were shocking, but Lu Yin had never imagined that all of this would be related to Big Sis. Ever since Big Sis had been picked up by Heizij Lian, she had constantly changed. No one could explain this phenomenon, and no one had ever thought that it was related to the 100 transformations netherworld. Is she really the netherworld progenitor? Lu Yin asked again, looking at Destiny's daughter in disbelief. Destiny's daughter replied, when I arrived in this era, the first person I looked for was her. The netherworld progenitor is of the same generation as the Grim Reaper and Fate. She collected countless techniques and turned them into the demonic scripture, which is all-encompassing. If the martial ancestor created the martial steels to teach humans how to use weapons, then the demonic scripture contains all sorts of strange and even evil techniques. Why are you looking for her? Lu Yin asked. Destiny's daughter replied, she's been accepted as a disciple. Doesn't the Daoist know about it? Didn't you say that the demonic scripture contains evil techniques? I thought you wanted to deal with Big Sis, Lu Yin said. Destiny's daughter smiled. Since the primogenitor allowed the netherworld progenitor to exist, it means that she hasn't done anything outrageous. Why would I want to deal with her? She's an ancient progenitor, so wouldn't it be better to take her as a disciple? If she recovers one day I'll have profited. Lu Yin sighed in amazement. This was fate, a good investment. How did the netherworld progenitor become Big Sis? I don't know. Before I was frozen, the netherworld progenitor was still the netherworld progenitor. So you won't do anything to her? Lu Yin stared at Destiny's daughter. Destiny's daughter replied, "Does the Daoist not trust me? In any case, I've already accepted her as a disciple, so she's free to go wherever she wants. I won't care." Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. "Do you know the Yu family's ancestor? I think there was such a person, but he hadn't become a progenitor in our era. He was only a half-step progenitor. It was normal for the era to be different, as it was impossible for all the progenitors that Lu Yin knew of to have become progenitors in their era." "What about Su Wangting?" Lu Yin asked again. Destiny's daughter was astonished. "He's a progenitor and he's not an ordinary one. However, fate said that he's a little crafty." Lu Yin looked at her. "You should know the mysterious sky mirror." Destiny's daughter smiled and winked slyly. "If I say yes, does that mean that the Starsibyl sect is part of the fate bloodline?" Lu Yin didn't deny it, as that was exactly what he thought. He had investigated the Starsibyl sect's origins before, but he hadn't been able to find anything. They were too mysterious. Starsibyl had once said that she didn't believe in fate, and if that was true, then they had nothing to do with fate. However, Xianxia had asked her for fates, and which was something that belonged to fate. Why would Xianxia want it? He only knew the mysterious sky mirror, so there was only one possibility. The mysterious sky mirror was related to fate. Now that he had returned, Starsibyl had appeared behind Destiny's daughter, so Lu Yin couldn't help but think that way. The Starsibyl sect might be the disciples of fate. "Daoist, there are some things that you need to investigate yourself. I can't tell you everything, especially when it comes to fate. Only the things that you investigate yourself can involve fate." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "I don't want to involve fate, but I do need your help in divining a person." "Undying Yushan?" Destiny's daughter asked directly. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "Starsibyl told you that? I've been investigating you over the past 2 days. The Starsibyl sect now belongs to me, so whatever they know is also known to me. I know everything that you've divined through the Starsibyl sect. So you should know how shocked I was when I found out that Big Sis was the multiform netherworld. The undying scripture indeed came from the demonic scripture, and the demonic scripture was created by the netherworld ancestor. However, so many years have passed and no one knows what happened to the demonic scripture. Fate isn't omnipotent, and undying Yushan has remained hidden to this day. All traces of his appearance on Earth have disappeared, and it's very difficult for me to find him." Lu Yin's head hurt. Even Destiny's daughter found it difficult to find undying Yushan. Just what was he trying to do? Furthermore, there were traces of him on Earth. Since Destiny's daughter had said that all traces of him had been erased, then that meant that all traces of him on Earth had disappeared as well. Lu Yin had instructed Wang Wen to secretly send people to keep an eye on Earth, but even all traces of him had been erased. Undying Yushan was quite capable. Even Hen Exen had been tricked by Wang Wen and Wei Rong, but undying Yushan had managed to slip away. Dai Ao and the rest had not joined the Three Ultimates Heaven's Gate after the 10-person wager. With Hen Xian's cautiousness, anyone who joined the Three Ultimates Heaven's Gate after the wager, no matter how talented they were, would not be able to represent them in battle without passing the test. However, Dai Ao and the rest had joined the Three Ultimates Heaven's Gate from the very beginning. This was especially true for Jisoo, who had been one of the first to join the Three Ultimates Heaven's Gate when it had first been established. He had also been a spy that Wei Rong had tossed to the Three Ultimates Heaven's Gate. Unexpectedly, he had coincidentally been chosen by Hen Exin to join the 10-person team. "Lu Daoist, do you have any other questions?" Destiny's daughter asked. Lu Yin raised a finger. "Help me divine a word, a person, and an item." Destiny's daughter laughed. "Do you think that my divination is easy? At least it's easier than the Starsibyl sects. I mainly want to see what abilities the successor of Destiny has," Lu Yin said. Destiny's daughter shook her head. "Divination is not easy. Furthermore, with your status, asking for a divination is definitely not an easy task. Forgive me for not being able to agree." "Then can you at least tell me what exactly Fate Zen is?" Lu Yin asked. He did not expect Destiny's daughter to agree so easily. What he wanted to divine was naturally not something simple. Chapter 21:12. She looked at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. "That's just a power vessel that fate cultivates. I've seen it before I was sealed and it's not that rare. However, it can be used to interact with fate. I heard that Lu Daozi has collected quite a bit of Fate Zen. Do you want to interact with fate?" Where's fate? Lu Yin asked. She smiled bitterly. How could I know where fate is? If Lu Daozi is willing, you can give me the fates, and once I gather all of it, I might be able to calculate fate's whereabouts. Of course, I might not succeed. How could he give her the fates, and even if Lu Yin was willing, he couldn't give it to her. The specks of fates, and surrounded by the 2 commas were the disintegrated fates, and he panicked a little when he thought about it. Would she be able to tell that he had disintegrated the fates? And she made it sound easy, but how could something that could interact with fate be simple? Perhaps this thing was fate's most precious power vessel. Actually, he couldn't be blamed as he had been stabbed by a sword. He didn't have the ability to disintegrate the fates, and wait, he thought about his Dai's enhance. He didn't seem to be able to do it, so he quickly told her to leave. After she left, the person Lu Yin had been waiting for arrived. Zhou Ran. After 20 years, he had gone into seclusion to cultivate as soon as he returned. There were many things to deal with and many people to meet, and Zhou Ran was definitely one of the most important people. Your Highness, you're back. Zhou Ran was happy to see Lu Yin, but she also felt a little wronged. Without you, there's no one to drink the flower tea. She took out a dark green cup from her cosmic ring. There was a plant that looked like a centipede inside, but it was unknown what it was. She handed it to Lu Yin as if she was presenting a treasure. Your Highness, I prepared this especially for you. Lu Yin's mouth twitched and he looked at her expectant gaze. He couldn't bear to reject her, but he still put it down. Zhou Ran, do you still remember me? Zhou Ran happily replied, yes, Your Highness was the one who took me in. Every once in a while I would look at my gadget and jade to record my memories. Your Highness is the best to me. Then do you remember someone called Kujia? Zhou Ran was confused. What do you mean? Lu Yin looked at Zhou Ran. Her gaze was magnanimous, but there was also a hint of confusion and bewilderment. It was exactly the same as the symptoms of amnesia. Your Highness, the flower tea is getting cold. It won't taste good when it's cold. Lu Yin's brows twitched and he looked around to see that there was no one around to share his burden. He picked up the tea again and his pupils couldn't help but transform into runes to take a closer look. When he saw that there were no rune lines, he heaved a sigh of relief. There wasn't a living creature inside, but rather a creature made up of tea leaves that looked like a centipede. This brat always made her tea terrifying. Withered Ancestor had experienced this before. Under Zhou Ran's expectant gaze, he finally took a sip. The taste was even better than before, with a faint bitterness and an indescribable taste that made him feel refreshed. Delicious. Zhou Ran was overjoyed. Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness, I've researched many types of flower teas. Would you like some? I'll prepare them right away. She then ran off without waiting for Lu Yin's reply. No matter how much time had passed, Zhou Ran was exactly the same as when Lu Yin had first met her 20 years ago. She had nothing on her mind and she only wanted to brew tea. She had even forgotten to hand over the gifts that others had sent her. Lu Yin shook his head. He probably didn't remember. What exactly was her relationship with Withered Ancestor? What was their relationship? And what Withered Ancestor had said, who was the person she was waiting for in her life? To be able to accompany Withered Ancestor meant that Zhou Ran's background was definitely not simple. Right, she seemed to always be able to find Xianxia. After meeting Zhou Ran, the next person Lu Yin wanted to meet was naturally Xiqi, the fish on top of his head. When Xiqi saw Lu Yin, she still had an apprehensive look on her face, but she was also very happy. Lu Yin was an acquaintance of hers, and they had known each other since the beginning. Back then, her lock-breaking ability had been higher than Lu Yin's, and Lu Yin had seen the process of Xiqi unlocking the fish when he had watched a lock-breaking video. Brother Lu, Xiqi greeted softly as she looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. Every time she saw him he would change, and this time he was even more powerful. Even half-ancestors had to listen to him. He was truly a legend of this era. Over the past 20 years she had heard many legends about the Above Heaven sect, but she still didn't believe that anyone could surpass Lu Yin. He was a living legend, and even in the entire Above Heaven sect he was still a legend. But, yo, two-legged beast, we meet again. What, are you thinking of becoming Lord Fish's mount? Let me tell you, it's too late. The number of two-legged beasts who want to be Lord Fish's mount can fill the sky. They'll wait until you die, the fish said, its fins flapping up and down, causing Xiqi to feel pain. Lu Yin was speechless. How could it still be like this? It had been a few decades and Xianxia had already trained her iron head technique. Long time no see. Before Lu Yin could finish, the fish raised its tail and pointed at him. But Lord Fish likes you and you're even a two-legged beast. It'll let you cut in line. Girl, hurry up and give up your spot. Lord Fish is now this two-legged beast's master, and you're such a disappointment that Lord Fish will die of anger. Xianxia panicked and hurriedly covered the fish's mouth. Lower your voice, Brother Lu will stew you if he gets angry. The fish jumped up and down, constantly slapping Xianxia's head. Xianxia's expression was gloomy and she felt extremely wronged. Let it go. It's been so many years and I understand it. It won't get angry, Lu Yin smiled. Xianxia relaxed and apologized softly. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. It's been so many years and its temper has gotten worse. Lu Yin looked at the fish and the fish stared back. Oh, isn't this the two-legged beast? We meet again. Come and pay your respects to Lord Fish. If it's in a good mood it might even help you break through. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Fish's memories were short and this despicable fish's memories were even shorter. It had forgotten what had just happened so quickly, but it still remembered that it had seen Lu Yin. I saw a fish once. It was very big, very big. Can it be as big as one of Lord Fish's scales? The fish was proud. Lu Yin seriously replied, of course it's much bigger. The fish was unhappy. Two-legged beast, you haven't seen Lord Fish's true body. Let me tell you, Lord Fish can swallow the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, stars and the universe. At its most domineering it even bit a mother tree. What mother tree? Where did this mother tree come from? Lord Fish bit a tree? When did it? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. That fish dared to play with a divine hawk that roamed the stars and made a scene in the progenitor's back garden. Nonsense, stupid two-legged beast. Aside from Lord Fish, who would dare play with that stupid bird? Wait, what bird? Stupid bird? Little bird? Yes, little bird. Where's that little bird? Come on, Lord Fish will kill you. Come on, if you want to catch Lord Fish will slap you to death with its tail. Come on. Xianxia's ears hurt from the noise and she quickly covered the fish's mouth. Lu Yin stared at the fish in shock. These words were similar to the battleship fish that had confronted the divine hawk in the progenitor's back garden. They were exactly the same. He had thought that this fish might be a descendant of that battleship fish, but he suddenly had a strange conjecture. It couldn't be that fish, could it? It wasn't impossible, as Zhou Xian and the others had also come from the above heaven era and had been unlocked. This fish had also been unlocked by Xianxia. If that was the case, then it should be the legendary battleship fish in the cosmic tree that could stand on the same level as the ancestral Mang divine hawk. Just thinking about it made Lu Yin gasp. Lu Yin hurriedly sent someone to find Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was the only one who had been received by the progenitor, so he should have seen this fish. Lu Yin had originally sympathized with Xianxia when he saw the fish crazily slap her, but she had endured it for decades. Could it be that she couldn't get rid of the fish? That might not be the case, but it was also possible that she wasn't willing to give up. When he thought about this, Lu Yin looked at Xianxia seriously. Because he had improved so quickly, he hadn't realized that Xianxia had become an enlighter. Although her progress was slow compared to his, how many youths in the fifth mainland had reached the enlighter realm? 20 years ago only the 10 arbiters had reached that level. Although there had been more 20 years later, this was still a threshold that only a few could cross. Xianxia wasn't good at fighting and her cultivation talent wasn't that outstanding, but she had still reached the enlighter realm. Lu Yin didn't believe that this had nothing to do with the fish. Otherwise, only an idiot would be able to endure being bullied and slapped by a fish for decades. No normal person would be able to stand it. Xianxia, what did it promise you? Why did you stay by its side for so many years? Lu Yin asked whatever came to his mind, and it was up to Xianxia whether she answered or not. He was just curious and didn't have any designs on the fish. Even if this fish really was the battleship fish from the progenitor's back garden, it had nothing to do with him. Xianxia felt wronged. It's teaching me how to become a progenitor. Lu Yin was speechless. You believe it? The fish glanced at Lu Yin. What do you mean, two-legged beast? You don't believe Lord Fish? You're not convinced because Lord Fish didn't show you some of its skills. Fine, fine, fine. Just you wait, just you wait. Lu Yin thought that the fish would do something else and he subconsciously used the Aeon evolution scripture, but the fish didn't do anything. Xianxia whispered, I believe it. The president said that with my innate talent, it's not difficult to lock break, but it's very difficult to increase my cultivation. It'll take me at least 100 years to reach the Enlighter realm, and that's under the premise that I have sufficient resources. However, it helped me by pointing out my flaws in my cultivation. That's why I'm able to reach the Enlighter realm now. That's why I believe it. Lu Yin nodded. It seemed that this fish was Xiqi's path, and it was fate that she had been able to unlock it. As he listened to the fish god ramble on, Chu Yuan arrived. He hadn't followed Hen Xen back to the Three Ultimates Elysium, as he himself wasn't a member of the sect. They had merely cooperated. Now that his goal had failed, there was no need for him to stay together. Thus he hadn't left the solar system until now. When he heard that Lu Yin wanted to meet him, he immediately rushed over. In fact, he had also wanted to meet Lu Yin. As soon as he saw Lu Yin, he heard a familiar voice. He would never forget this voice for the rest of his life, and it hadn't been that long since he had last heard it. Did you hear what Lord Fish said? There are 3 steps to becoming a progenitor. The first step is to become a half-progenitor, and the second step is... The fish rambled on. Xiqi carefully rolled her eyes. It would be great if he could become a half-progenitor. Shyperfish? Chu Yuan exclaimed and stared at Xiqi's head in disbelief. Xiqi looked at him in shock. This person was Chu Yuan? He was the most popular candidate for the Dao disciple position. Chapter 21:13. The fish looked at Chu Yuan. What a familiar 2-legged beast. Has Lord Fish seen you before? Come pay your respects to Lord Fish. Lord Fish will teach you how to become an ancestor. Chu Yuan stared blankly at the fish. He never would have thought that he would be able to see this fish again, much less in such close proximity. You're still alive? What do you mean? Lord Cursed Fish? That's too much. Girl, beat him up. The fish slapped Xiqi's head. Chu Yuan stared at the fish in confusion. Was this the same fish? That fish was very big and very powerful. As for this one, although its voice was exactly the same and its tone was very annoying, making people want to cook it, it was unlikely that it was that fish. You know it? Lu Yin asked. Chu Yuan reacted and remembered that Lu Yin was still around. It looks like it, but it shouldn't be. Are you talking about the fish in the progenitor's back garden? Lu Yin asked. Chu Yuan replied, didn't you see it before? Even the divine eagle couldn't do anything to it. This one definitely isn't it. Maybe it just lost its cultivation, Lu Yin said. If Big Sis could become the multiform netherworld, why couldn't this fish be a battleship fish? Of course, that wasn't necessarily the case. Chu Yuan looked at Lu Yin. You called me here because of it, right? It doesn't recognize me and I don't know if it's a battleship fish. Even if it is, it seems like it can't remember its past, so it's useless to look for me. Lu Yin let Xiqi leave, and as the fish's voice faded away, he asked, I'm curious why you're still in the solar system. With your strength, you don't need to become a Dao disciple. Lu Yin laughed. You still want to be a Dao disciple? Fate supports me, so it's meaningless even if you become a Dao disciple. Chu Yuan raised his head. This is the first step in my life's perfect plan. After that, I'll be the sect master of Elysium, 9 mountains and 8 seas, and finally I'll become a Dao master. You're thinking too much. You're indeed powerful and the strongest in your generation, but that doesn't mean that you'll definitely become an ancestor. Besides, 9 mountains and 8 seas isn't easy to obtain. Chu Yuan's eyes flashed. You've experienced it. Lu Yin smiled. Yes, I failed. I won't fail. Chu Yuan was very confident. Lu Yin shook his head. Perhaps. Legacies don't depend on cultivation, but even if you can become a progenitor, so can I. You'll always be below me. This isn't a perfect life. Chu Yuan clenched his fists. In the past, he had indeed planned his perfect life and was confident that he could do it. However, the person in front of him was a head above him. Even if he could do everything in his plan with the gap between them, it was impossible for him to beat the person in front of him. It was hard for him to accept that such a monster was born in this era. Lu Yin saw Chu Yuan's ugly expression, but he wasn't too happy about it. He had seen this sort of expression many times before, from the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders to the top 100 rankings, then the 10 arbiters, the 5 astral scions, the 4 young ancestors, and so on. Lu Yin had seen this sort of expression many times throughout his journey. Chu Yuan's only value to him was that he had met the primogenitor during the era of the Above Heaven sect. What kind of person was the primogenitor? Lu Yin asked. Chu Yuan left. leaving Lu Yin with a strange expression on his face. Was the progenitor really like that? Whatever, it had nothing to do with him. Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and entered once more. He had originally planned to release the people inside. It was especially so for Xingkai. Heng Exen did not even ask about it, as he probably thought that he had killed Xingkai. However, after thinking about it for a bit, he decided not to. Other than Xingkai, even if the others wanted to come out, they would have to wait until the Xingkong corridor was restored and they could connect to the starry sky of trees. For now, they would have to be locked up for a while. Longxi was an exception, but she didn't want to come out. Lu Yin entered Mount Supreme and approached Longxi. He wanted to take the sapling out, but he couldn't keep it locked up for too long. When he entered Mount Supreme, he saw Longxi and the sapling. Xia Taili was there as well. When she saw Lu Yin, she gritted her teeth and tried to kick him, but he easily blocked her. "Jump again and I'll lock you up." She glared at him. "What's the difference between now and being locked up?" Lu Yin casually tossed her far away. The sapling hopped over, its branches wrapping around Lu Yin's fingers much tighter than before. It had learned its lesson. Lu Yin hadn't taken it out the last time, so it didn't plan on letting go this time. "Take it out, it's bored," Longxi said. Lu Yin nodded. "What about you? Do you want to go out?" Longxi asked. "What's going on outside?" Lu Yin asked. "Everything's stabilized." Longxi looked at him. "Since you're so relaxed, does that mean the situation is in your favor? What about the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Force?" Lu Yin thought about it and said, "I captured them." Longxi was shocked. She had guessed that the situation was in Lu Yin's favor and that the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Force wasn't doing so well, but she hadn't expected them to be captured. Humanity's greatest enemy was the Eternals. Even if Lu Yin wanted to deal with the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Force, this wasn't the right time. "The threat of the Eternals has been resolved?" Longxi was shocked. Lu Yin nodded. "For now, the fifth mainland is safe. It's a pity that the astral source universe has been devoured and no one can solve the problem. Humanity's cultivation civilization is regressing, but fortunately, the power of the above heavens era has appeared, and time will make up for it." "How do you plan on dealing with the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Force?" Longxi asked. Lu Yin hadn't thought about it yet. Normally, if the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Force wanted to kill him, he wouldn't let them go. However, the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Force had been working with the Fifth Mainland's human domain to fight against the Eternals for the past 20 years. If they were killed, it would have a negative impact on the current situation. Others didn't care about the grudge between Lu Yin and the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Force. They only knew that Lu Yin had killed his comrades, which was a very vile thing to do. Some people wouldn't give up on the opportunity to smear his name, as it would be detrimental to his control over the above heavens. Deep down, he didn't want to be slaughtered, but he couldn't just let it happen. The four cardinal scales had an irreconcilable enmity with the Lu family. Would Lu Yin give up on revenge just because they were on the front lines against the Eternals? Then what was his motivation to persevere? For the sake of the Fifth Mainland, the Lu family was willing to bear the infamy and defend against the Eternals, but the four cardinal scales still wanted to banish the Lu family. They had to bear this crime and pay the price. Lu Yin didn't want to be a selfless hero, but he also didn't want to be a sinner who started a civil war. This was the sorcerer god's overt scheme. He couldn't take revenge or give up. "A half-ancestor can't deal with the Lu family," Longxi said indifferently. Lu Yin looked up at Longxi. He knew what she meant. The enmity between the four cardinal scales and the Lu family wasn't something that a mere half-ancestor could decide. Even if Ni Huang and the others insulted the Lu family's banishment had little to do with them. Lu Yin's enemies were the progenitors of the four cardinal scales. The progenitors are the main evils, but these half-ancestors and the cultivators from the four cardinal scales who insulted the Lu family are all evil. If it weren't for them, the Astral Tree Society wouldn't have attacked the Lu family, and a progenitor wouldn't have personally spread the news. The sins of these people are not small, especially Wang Si. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent at the mention of Wang Si. "That old slut must die." Longxi said, "The four cardinal scales is determined to exterminate the Lu family. Even so, those who are loyal to the Lu family won't be slaughtered." "You mean the Star Alliance?" Lu Yin slapped his head. Right, he had almost forgotten. There was also the Star Alliance. which was made up of envoys who were loyal to the Lu family or hostile to the four cardinal scales. It would be a pity to kill them all, so the four cardinal scales had sent them to the front lines against the Eternals. When the Great Eastern Alliance had formed the Heavenly Sin Army, Lu Yin had thought of the Star Alliance. How could he have suddenly forgotten? If not for Long Shi's reminder, he would still be vexed. And I Huang Xia de Old White Ghost Wang Si and Xia Ji, a total of 5 half-progenitors. In addition to the cultivators who were loyal to the four cardinal scales, they could join the Heavenly Sin Army and become a sharp blade against the Eternals or his enemies. The Heavenly Sin Army was still the Heavenly Sin Army, and the only difference was that it used to belong to the Great Eastern Alliance. Now that the Great Eastern Alliance was gone, the Heavenly Sin Army would belong to the Above Heaven sect, and Lu Yin would still be the only one who would listen to orders. Long Shi was helpless as she had no other choice. Compared to Ancestor and I Huang being killed by Lu Yin, it would be better to join an organization like the Star Alliance. That way they would have a chance of survival. With the White Dragon clan's abilities, it shouldn't be a problem for them to save their ancestor in the future. Furthermore, this would give Lu Yin a chance to avoid falling out with the White Dragon clan. From her standpoint, she didn't want Lu Yin to fall out with the White Dragon clan. This was also a bit of her selfishness. Not long after, Lu Yin left Mount Supreme with the sapling and went outside. The sapling was a bit nervous, and its branches tightly wrapped around Lu Yin, refusing to let go. However, after Lu Yin played with it for half a day, it recovered. "Where's that big tree that ran away?" Lu Yin asked Wang Wen through wireless communication. Wang Wen checked. "It's gone. It ran away when we first moved here." Balarer, who was guarding it, reported it, but who would care about a tree at that time? Lu Yin shook his head. "Forget it, it ran away." There were too many strange things in the universe, and there were still many things that he didn't understand. He didn't have time to care about that big tree. The sapling looked at the ancestral turtle curiously. Lu Yin quietly looked at the sapling, feeling happy and relaxed when he saw it. The sapling bounced around as if it was dancing, and it didn't feel tired even after playing for a long time. Lu Yin brought it to play on the ancestral turtle's back, then to outer space and finally to Earth. He drew out an area for the sapling to play while he went to absorb cauldron chi. It was time to absorb cauldron chi. He had gathered all 4 cauldrons and he needed to cultivate the 9 yang cauldron transformation. Not long after Lu Yin left, the sapling grew bored. Lu Yin wasn't there, and neither was the big tree that could run away. It didn't know what to play, but its branches drooped down as if it was thinking about life. After a long time, the green branches suddenly rose up as if it had thought of something. It shook a bit and slowly disappeared. It didn't really disappear but rather stepped into the Astral Source Universe. Chapter 21:14. The Astral Source Universe was a real existence. Even if the Astral Source had been devoured, the universe still existed, but it lacked the Astral Source. After the sapling entered, it felt that something was off as it no longer had that comfortable power. No, it did, but it was too far away. Since it was bored, it had to get it no matter how far away it was. On the other side, Lu Yin saw 4 cauldrons under Lu Bujing's guidance. The Dao Source sect collapsed and the 4 cauldrons were scattered everywhere. However, with the establishment of the Above the Heavens, these 4 cauldrons were brought back, and no one else has been able to obtain anything from them. Lu Yin's eyes blazed as no one could stop him now. Lu Bujing looked at Lu Yin. The legend of the 9 cauldrons has been around since ancient times. Legend has it that when the 9 cauldrons merge into one will be invincible. Even in the Above the Heavens, we only know that this battle technique is called the 9 yang cauldron transformation, but no one has ever successfully cultivated it. You are the first. Once you've mastered it, let me see if it's truly invincible. Lu Yin looked forward to it as well. The 9 yang cauldron transformation was not a huge secret in the Above the Heavens, and even Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis knew about it. It was not strange that Lu Bujing knew about it, but they did not know how terrifying this battle technique was. Invincibility was not just a saying. Chu Yuan had used a secret technique of time to unleash a blade that was theoretically limitless, and the 9 yang cauldron transformation was similarly limitless and did not require the power of time. Third uncle, who created the 9 yang cauldron transformation? Lu Yin asked. Lu Bujing shook his head. I don't know. No one in the 3 realms or 6 Daos has ever cultivated it, so no one believes that this battle technique is invincible. The only reason people care about it is because no one has ever successfully cultivated it. Everyone is just curious. Once you master it, Destiny's daughter and the others will definitely be very curious. Then third uncle, have you heard of a battle technique called tracing to the past? Lu Yin asked. He wanted to investigate Mr. Mu's identity through Lu Bujing. Mr. Mu had once said that the 9-yang cauldron transformation and tracing to the past were both battle techniques that he had created. With Mr. Mu's pride, he would not have mentioned them if they had not been created by him. Lu Bujing shook his head as well. Never heard of them. Lu Yin was disappointed as he was very curious about Mr. Mu's true identity. He was certain that Mr. Mu was at least a progenitor and an extraordinary one at that. Mr. Mu had once said that it would be difficult for even Lu Yin to deal with the corpse god. Although the true identity of the zombie god had not been confirmed, he was after all one of the 7 sky gods, an incomparably ancient powerhouse. Mr. Mu could even deal with the 7 sky gods, so his strength was unfathomable. Right back then He Wuxian had recognized Mr. Mu, and undying god Wuxing also seemed to have recognized him. Could it be that only ancestor realm powerhouses could recognize Mr. Mu? He wondered if the blood ancestor knew him. Third uncle, I'm going into seclusion to cultivate the 9-yang cauldron transformation, Lu Yin said. Lu Bujing replied, cultivate well. I'll keep an eye on the Above the Sky sect. When you come out I'll give you a list of names based on the Above the Sky sect. Thank you, Lu Yin replied. Suddenly the two turned around at the same time. Kuei Luo Lu Yefei, the Sea King Lu Qianjue and the rest all looked in the same direction. Star Source? Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. Was that the sapling? He immediately rushed over. Lu Bujing was even faster than him as he was still a half-ancestor. No matter how much Lu Yin had improved, he would not be able to fight against a half-ancestor without borrowing progenitor Chen's strength. What the hell? Lu Bujing looked at the dark green sapling in the Star Source universe with a blank expression. Kuei Luo had also arrived. Was this a drop of liquid trying to snatch a Star Source? And he had even won? What had attracted their attention was a strand of Star Source being pulled over. Ever since the Star Source universe had been devoured 20 years ago, no one had been able to replenish it. Even the use of star energy and astral battle techniques had been affected. Who would have thought that there would be a sapling snatching a Star Source at this moment? Lu Yin hurriedly arrived. Third uncle, old man, help me hide. As he spoke, figures appeared one after another. They were the emissaries from the solar system, and most of them were powerhouses who had once been emissaries of the Great Eastern Alliance. Of course there were also people like Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis. The Above the Sky sect was built in the solar system, and more than half of the human domains experts were gathered here. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a Dao disciple cultivate before? Kuei Luo barked, and the might of a half-ancestor swept out, suppressing the crowd. The cultivators who had arrived were shocked as they watched Lu Yin walk out of the Star Source universe. Alliance leader, no, Dao disciple, were you cultivating just now? Ling Taizu asked. The Lingling clan had followed the Great Eastern Alliance and moved to the solar system 20 years ago. Lu Yin looked around. It's just cultivation. Don't make a fuss. Everyone was stunned. Cultivation? Just cultivation? But a Star Source had just appeared. Did you snatch a Star Source? Chu Yuan asked in astonishment. After he had been released by Jiyu, he had immediately noticed that his Star Source was gone. He had also noticed that the Innerverse Western Flow Zone was in a decisive battle, but he had not interfered. Instead he had gone to the Dao Source sect's ruins to search for the progenitor's sword. He was very clear about this era's Star Source being devoured, and no matter how hard he tried he could not replenish it. How had Lu Yin managed to do it? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. How big of a deal is that? Let's all go back. Everyone had yet to recover from the shock of this matter. Lu Yin had lost 20 years but they had not. They had indeed spent 20 years without being able to replenish their Star Source, so they were naturally shocked. Even Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo, who were both half-ancestors, were stunned, let alone the rest of them. Fortunately, Lu Yin had created too many miracles and his status was special. No one could force him to say anything, so they could only disperse. However, this matter would not end here and there would definitely be many people who wanted to know more about it. If they could snatch a Star Source back from the liquid, then their cultivation would be completely different. This was a huge matter that concerned the entire human race. After the crowd dispersed, Lu Yin relaxed. The little sapling hopped out of his bosom and Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo stared at it. It was startled and quickly jumped behind Lu Yin, revealing a green leaf. It was probably peeking at them. What is this? Lu Bujing asked dryly. Kuei Luo knew about the sapling's existence, but no one had told him that it could snatch a star source from the liquid. Not even a progenitor like the blood ancestor could do such a thing. Lu Yin didn't know how to explain it. He was also shocked that the sapling could snatch a star source, but then again it made sense. The sapling was the mother tree, and the mother tree was the true pillar of this universe. He had seen the era of the above heaven, and even with the support of the sky supporting pillar, the above heaven couldn't possibly be taller than the mother tree. The mother tree was the center of the universe, and it might even be older than the progenitors. With the mother tree's ability, snatching a few star sources wasn't unacceptable. Now the problem was, how could he explain it? I don't know how to explain it. You can just treat it as a special ability, Lu Yin said. Since he couldn't explain it, he might as well not. He couldn't tell anyone that this was the mother tree. That was his biggest secret. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. Just tell us if you don't want to tell us. I don't want to, Lu Yin said bluntly. Kuei Luo grinned. He stared at the little sapling, his eyes burning with desire. It was not greed but a thirst for the unknown. What he wanted to do the most was to unearth secrets, and the little sapling was more tempting than anything else in his eyes at this moment. Lu Bujing looked deeply at the sapling. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. There are some things that only you can know. He then grabbed Kuei Luo. Let's go. Leave this to him. Kuei Luo was unwilling. Kid, tell this old man and I promise that I won't tell anyone. I definitely won't. How about it? Before Lu Yin could speak, Lu Bujing quickly pulled Kuei Luo away. This kind of thing can't be told to anyone. You want to steal a junior's secret? Shameless. Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm just curious, that's all. Curiosity won't do. Sco. Kid, I've helped you so many times. Just tell me. Lu Yin watched the two leave and lowered his head. The sapling's dark green leaves just happened to brush against his chin. It was itchy, cold, and very comfortable. Lu Yin praised, "You're amazing. You even managed to snatch astral sources." The sapling was delighted as it could hear Lu Yin's praise. It then began to jump up and down, which was a sign of its happiness. Lu Yin crouched down and stroked the sapling's green leaves. The sapling quieted down and seemed to be enjoying the touch. Good boy. If you're bored, you can snatch astral sources like you did just now. The more the better. Lu Yin smiled gently. The sapling raised its leaves and fanned them up and down, nodding in a very human-like manner. Lu Yin smiled. It'll be even better if you can condense those astral sources into liquid. The sapling didn't understand and its leaves drooped down. It's fine. Do whatever you like and have fun. I'll take you to a new place to play. The sapling used its branches to rub Lu Yin's chin, sending him a feeling of dependence. It then hopped away with Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't know if the sapling could condense astral source liquid, but he didn't force it. It would be best if it could, but if it couldn't, then he would just treat it as playing around. When it grew up or found more of the mother tree's material, it would definitely be able to snatch more astral sources. The sapling was able to snatch quite a few astral sources at the moment, mainly because it had absorbed the Leaf King's body. Its main body was already very large, but it still couldn't compare to the real mother tree. If it was as large as the mother tree, then the liquid it had devoured would only be small droplets. Even though Lu Yin had covered up the fact that the sapling could snatch astral sources, he had exposed himself. Everyone now knew that he could snatch astral sources from the liquid. Over the next few days, people kept asking about him, causing a huge commotion. For the sake of peace, Lu Yin chose to go into seclusion. This had been his plan all along, but the sapling had disrupted his plans. He had brought the sapling to the location of the 4 cauldrons. While he was in seclusion, the sapling was snatching astral sources. Even if someone discovered it, they would only think that he was cultivating and wouldn't think that it was the sapling. Before going into seclusion, Lu Bujing had given Lu Yin a simple explanation of the ancient sex system and status. Lu Yin had asked Wang Wen to cooperate with Lu Bujing and then deal with it after he exited seclusion. The 4 cauldrons floated quietly in the air, each one having been eroded by the passage of time. In the Daoist sex ruins, One wouldn't be able to see much as there were traces of time everywhere. However, in this place the 4 cauldrons were clearly showing signs of time. Chapter 21:15. Lu Yin flashed into one of the cauldrons and began absorbing its aura. This was the 6th cauldron that he had absorbed. Unfortunately, this cauldron could not be stored in a cosmic ring, so he could not bring it into the time-stop space. Otherwise he would have saved a lot of time. At the same time, rumors about Lu Yin's ability to replenish astral sources spread. Xianxia was stunned. He can replenish astral sources? In front of him, a member of Team E who had lost his right arm said, "It's true." He was Xianxia. Xianxia looked to the north. Lu Yin had surprised him more and more. He had been unrivaled among his peers in the battle of the Dao disciple, and he had even used the power of a progenitor to dominate the 5th mainland. Now, even the Eternal's arrangements had been broken. He could replenish his astral sources now, but what about in the future? He might be able to get others to replenish his astral sources. Although he was angry that Lu Yin had ruined his plans and captured Ni Huang and the others, Xianxia had to admire this young man. He had done something that even a Dao disciple from the Above Sky sect could not do. If this person had been born in the Above Sky sect, he would have been a unique Dao disciple. Even if Zhou Xian had the ability to manipulate time, he would not have been able to compare to Lu Yin. At that moment the wireless goo moved from Lu Bujing. Xianxia looked at the message and narrowed his eyes. He had known that this day would come, but he had not expected it to be so soon. The Above Sky sect had been set up according to their era. In reality the 12 heavenly gates had been high in status, but they had no authority. The Heavenly Gate sect master represented the peak of the progenitor realm and was almost guaranteed to break through to the progenitor realm. However, his role in the Above Sky sect was not to take up authority, but rather to guard the gates. Every continent had its own Above Sky sect and they were spread out in all directions. The 12 heavenly gates represented the 12 gates of humanity, and their responsibility was to guard the gates. They had no authority in the sect. In this era the 12 heavenly gates were the strongest, and he naturally wanted to control the Above Sky sect. However, with Lu Yin's appearance and the power of a progenitor, the 12 heavenly gates had to return to their original role. Lu Bujing's message was for the 3 ultimates to hand over all of their resources to the Above Sky sect, such as the Aurora Company and the Pyrolite mining teams. "Sect Master, are we giving up just like that?" Xianxia asked. Xianxia looked up. "We were the ones who proposed to rebuild the sect in the first place. If we win, we'll control the sect, and if we lose, we'll lose the right to speak. It's very fair. Lu Yin's appearance means that he's capable of reaching this point. People need to learn to admit defeat." Scar 4 lowered his head. He wasn't willing to give up. The members of Team E didn't have families and they were all ordinary people. They were addicted to power after trying it once and they were no exception. However, their loyalty to Scar 4 overshadowed their desire for power. "I understand. I will pass down the order." Xianxia looked towards the north. It would be easy for him to let go as he was willing to accept his loss. This had always been a gamble, but Lu Yin knew that this was only the beginning and not the end. Once he broke through to the progenitor realm, it would be hard to say who would inherit the celestial sect. There was no stellar source in this era and he was one of the few experts who could break through to the ancestor realm. Let these people take care of the Above Heaven sect. Once he broke through to Ancestor Realm he would naturally be able to take over. Once he broke through to Ancestral Break he would no longer be the House Lord of one of the 12 heavenly gates. He was confident that he could accept the legacy and become one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Only then would he have the right to speak in the Above Heaven sect. Compared to now it was just a matter of time. These people's actions would benefit him in the end. On the other side, Zhu Yi had also learned that Lu Yin could replenish his stellar source. And he was just as shocked as Xianxia. He can replenish his stellar source? Zhu Yi rarely lost his composure, as those who cultivated death energy were usually expressionless. However, Zhu Yi had lost his composure far too many times in front of Lu Yin. The Undying Heaven's Gate was currently located in Earth's swamp, and this was the only place in the 5th mainland that was known to be filled with death energy. Standing in front of Zhu Yi was Tiando, the current leader of the Spectre clan. Yes, the news has already spread. He used some unknown method to replenish his stellar source, and he's now the only cultivator in this era who can use it normally. Zhu Yi's face sank. Astral sources were all too common in this era, and all cultivators used astral sources as a standard for their cultivation. Of course, this was also the case in the Above Heaven sect. Others might have been shocked by this matter, but they were shocked that Lu Yin had actually been able to snatch the astral source from that liquid. Everyone felt that stellar sources were very ordinary, but were they really that ordinary? It was a power created by the progenitor, and it was meant to benefit all of humanity. If no one else could cultivate stellar sources, then did that mean that Lu Yin was the only inheritor of this power? As time passed, the cultivators of this era would use up all of their star energy and stellar sources. At that time, Lu Yin would truly be the only inheritor. Lu Yin could create death energy, and he was the death god's successor. He was also the only cultivator of stellar sources, so he could be considered the progenitor's successor. He also possessed a progenitor's power, and even Zhu Yi had to admit that he was the child of destiny. Tiando calmly looked at the ground. He really missed that name. Over the past 40 years, whenever something major happened on the fifth mainland, Lu Yin's name would appear. Regardless of his cultivation level, Lu Yin had always been able to participate in battles at all levels. The Spectre clan had even entrusted their future to him, and Tiando had also expressed his loyalty to Lu Yin. Unfortunately, Tiando had disappeared for 20 years, and this self-proclaimed disciple of the death god had appeared right in front of him. The Spectre clan had now become this person's vassal. How much do you know about this Lu Yin? Zhu suddenly asked. Tiando replied, quite a bit. Ever since he became famous during the Astral Combat Tournament, we've been paying attention to him. Society Master should know a lot about him as well. Zhu looked at Tiando. He used the death god's power. Have you ever interacted with him? Tiando calmly replied, we have, but he doesn't trust us. Zhu was not surprised. Think of a way to find silver. Tiando answered, yes. Zhu Yi's expression turned ugly. Silver was someone he had carefully nurtured, but he had openly betrayed him during the battle for the Dao disciple position. Even now he was still hiding in the solar system. This person had to be eliminated. As for Lu Yin, once he became a progenitor and obtained the death god's power, he would be the death god's only successor. In the astral beast domain, when the human domain's astral sources had been devoured, the astral beast domain had not been affected. However, not long after Lu Yin's disappearance 20 years ago, the liquid had spread to the entire fifth mainland and was no longer limited to the human domain or the technocracy. The astral beast domain was in for a bad time. Astral beasts mostly grew on their own and did not necessarily need to cultivate. However, over the years, many astral beasts had grown accustomed to cultivating their astral sources. As their astral sources were devoured, they were also affected, though not as much as the human domain. In the Celestial Beast Empire, the Yao Emperor and Skyminder sat across from each other. In front of them was a game of chess, but it was not a game played by humans. Instead, it was a game created by the astral beast domain, and it was filled with a savage and murderous aura. It was as if many astral beasts were fighting each other. Not far from them stood Su Qing, who had a respectful expression. Su Qing was the leader of the Void Thunder Beasts and the commander of the Celestial Beast Empire. However, in front of the Yao Emperor and Skyminder, he was just a junior. With a boom, the chessboard cracked open. The Yao Emperor grinned. We lost again. We've already lost 9 games in a row. The Imperial Tutor is really strict. He's not giving an inch. Skyminder Imperial Tutor was shrouded in a dark shadow, and his appearance could not be seen. His Majesty is too impatient. The Yao Emperor sighed. If he's too slow, someone who shouldn't be here will appear. If he's too impatient, he'll lose again. What do you think we should do, Imperial Tutor? Is His Majesty blaming me? The Imperial Tutor asked. The Yao Emperor fell silent. If we had followed His Majesty's plan a few years ago, then the situation would have been different. The human race might have been wiped out a long time ago, but if that was the case, then why didn't we do it 20 years ago? Once we lose the humans, the Eternals will turn their attention to us. His Majesty is very clear about this. Besides, the person who should appear will definitely appear. Regardless of whether he's impatient or not, he will appear, the Imperial Tutor said. The Yao Emperor stood up. Lu Yin became a Dao disciple the moment he appeared. He even destroyed the Eternals and took control of the human domain. He can even borrow the power of a progenitor. This is something that no one could have imagined. What do you plan to do about him, Imperial Tutor? If he attacks the Astral Beast domain, then our fate won't be much better than the Eternals. The human race's weakness is infighting. Losing the Eternals will only make their infighting even worse. Lu Yin took control of the Above Heaven sect and captured 5 half-progenitors. His Majesty is anxious, but the Eternals are even more anxious. Don't forget that the most mysterious member of the Eternals, the 7 Sky Gods, has yet to make a move. By Wuxian? The Yao Emperor was astonished. Imperial tutor Skymander quietly watched the game without speaking. The Yao Emperor then looked at Su Qing and asked, "If you face Lu Yin again, are you confident that you can win?" Su Qing's gaze was resolute. "Yes, I will wash away my past humiliation." 2 months later, in the Neoverse, outside of Progenitor Chen's tomb, in the ruins of the 7 courts, the giant Aurora stronghold headed north. Within the stronghold, Zhidong looked at the sky with a complicated expression, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. They had just left the 3 Ultimates' heavenly gate and had fallen into Lu Yin's hands. The Aurora spacecraft company that people once looked up to was now just a piece of delicious cake. "Father, can we ask for Elder Gong's help?" 20 years had passed and the young man who had loved racing had matured a lot. Zhidong had given him time to play and he had played enough. Now he had gradually taken over the Aurora Stronghold's authority. However, he was destined for tragedy. 20 years ago, Lu Yin had already suppressed the Aurora Corporation, and within 20 years, it had been the 3 Ultimate Sky Gate. Now it was Lu Yin's turn again. Zhidong looked at Zhidong apologetically. "I'm sorry that I couldn't hand over the Aurora Stronghold to you. It's not your fault, Father. It's just that times have changed. Can Elder Gong help us?" Zhidong shook his head. "If I could, we wouldn't have been in the 3 Ultimate Sky Gate's hands for so long." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Don't worry, we all understand Lu Yin. As long as we follow his lead, we'll be fine. Although he has a lot of power, he has a good reputation. Otherwise, Elder Chan and the others wouldn't have sided with him. It's just that it's been hard on you." Zhidong was helpless. What could he do? He had encountered such a monster in this era.